To the council meeting this Wednesday, August the 16th. I'd like to ask you to please silence your cell phones. And at this time, we'll invite Chaplain Vince Ortega to come forward to lead us in the invocation, after which Eric Guzman, student at Hunt Elementary, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. When you come to a venue like this, it reminds me of one scripture I just want to read real fast. The psalmist David said, "Behold how good, how pleasant it is for brethren, for counsel, for everybody to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious oil upon the head, running down the beard of Aaron, running down the edge of his garment. It's like the dew of the Hermon descending upon the mountain of Zion. For there the Lord commands the blessing live forevermore." Right now, Father, we gather in your name, Father God. I pray in Jesus' name right now for the mayor, for the city council, Father God, for the district attorney, for the fire chief, for the police chief, Father God, everybody that has a part of this city. We pray they come in unity, Father God, and put their differences aside and speak up for the people, Father God. Lord, have your way this evening. Continue to have your hand upon this city as we continue, Father God, to give you the honor and give you the glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Vince. You may be seated. I'd like to ask the city attorney to report out any actions taken in the closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In the closed session agenda item listed as Manta Management Corporation versus City of San Bernardino, Council gave settlement directive by a vote of 6-0. And then the item listed as People of the State of California versus Manta Management Corporation, Council gave settlement directive by a vote of 6-0 with, Councilman Benito Barrios is absent for the entire closed session. In the matter of Mary Yanez versus City of San Bernardino, Council gave settlement directive 5-0. On the matter of Davis versus City of San Bernardino, Council gave settlement directive 5-0 with Valdivia abstaining. Matter of Gabriel Garcia versus City of San Bernardino, Council gave settlement directive by a vote of 6-0. In the matter of City versus GB Commercial Investment, Council gave settlement directive 6-0. And in the item that should have been listed under, or should have been agendized as significant exposure to litigation, as listed as one item, Council gave a directive by vote of 6-0. Once again, Councilman Benito Barrios was absent during the entire closed session. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Our first presentation this evening will be offered by Assemblyman Mark Steinorth. Invite you to the podium.
Just in time. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me here, Mayor and Common Council. Every year, first I'd like to just say it's a privilege and an honor representing you for the 40th Assembly District. I grew up here in San Bernardino. I went to Belvedere, Serrano, Aquinas, Valley College, and the city means a great deal to me. And one of the great opportunities I have as the assembly member is I get to recognize outstanding individuals that have really contributed and demonstrated a commitment to our community. So I would like to recognize 4 outstanding women as my San Bernardino City Women of the Year this evening. And I have plaques and certificates for each one of them. But I'd like, if you don't mind, I want to read the bios as opposed to just doing an impromptu, because I don't want to miss anything, because there's a lot of really great information for each one. And Mr. Mayor, with your pleasure, if you don't mind, I'll invite each one to come up, and then we'll take a photo, and then at the end we could possibly take a group photo if the Common Council and the Mayor would join us. That would be fantastic.
We'd be happy to.
All right, thank you very much. First, if I could invite School Board Member Gwen Dowdy Rogers. Let me just explain. I'll read the thing and I'll invite you right up. So I just walked from the parking lot. First, I'd like to just highlight her education. Like myself, she graduated with an associate's degree from San Bernardino Valley College with liberal arts, and then went on with her bachelor's from Cal Baptist University in behavioral science. Then she continued, which I did not, for a Master's of Arts from the University of Phoenix in Management, Human Resource Management. She's a mother of 2 sons, and I've met one of her sons, and they are absolutely delightful. Just wonderful, wonderful young men. Current positions that she's working in, she's the founder and CEO of the Young Women's Empowerment Foundation. She's Regional Community Development Specialist / Government Relations for EMQ Families First. She also has time to be a school board member for San Bernardino City Unified School District. And then she's a Division Certification Manager for American General. Now, that's just what she does. This is where she volunteers. She volunteers with the San Bernardino Coalition Against Sexual Exploitation as a member, First 5 San Bernardino East Valley Collaborative, COPE, Congregations Organized for Prophetic Engagement, District African American Advisory Council President, Foster Care Advisory Council member, San Bernardino County Homeless Coalition, the San Bernardino Countywide Gangs and Drugs Task Force, San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, Decathlon SA Judge, and Proctor. If you would please join me in welcoming Gwen Dowdy Rogers.
He said a few words. I wasn't intending to say anything because I'm grateful to be here. But I do want to say to the mayor, to the council, to everyone here today, even my brother, my family members, my sorority sister that's here, and to all of you, I do what I do because I love the city of San Bernardino. I appreciate the opportunity to serve. That's what I continue to do and look forward to do throughout the future. And if you ever need me, I am always there to support you in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to talk about Amelia Lopez. Now, she went to UC Riverside and finished her Bachelor's of Arts. She works for San Bernardino County Public Health Department in the areas of substance abuse prevention, child passenger safety, material health services, just to name a few. And her volunteer services, she works with the San Bernardino Police Advisory Committee, past president of the Muscogee Neighborhood Association, a planning commissioner, San Bernardino Countywide Gangs and Drugs Task Force, president of the Neighborhood Association Council, City of San Bernardino, and you know that is a full-time job in and of itself. And then in 2015, she received the Shine a Light Award for San Bernardino County from the Children's Network for dedication and work on behalf of at-risk youth. Please welcome Amelia Lopez.
Grandchildren, not Moses. Sorry, guys. Come on.
You got to be right in front of me, though. Super cute.
Yes, please. One of the main reasons why I'm so involved in the city that I do love, I was born and raised here, is because of the family you just saw. We want neighborhoods and communities that are livable and sustainable, and that's why I'm so involved. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I'd like to talk a little bit about Carolyn Tillman. Now, she received her degree in speech pathology, audiology from Loma Linda University. I did not know that. She's a mother of 3 children and has found time to, in addition to this, be special assistant to Ted Alejandre of the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. Never heard of that person. Past,
He's sitting right over there.
yeah, I do. Actually, I passed him on the road earlier today in Mentown. He drove right by me. I waved at you and everything. Past SBCSS responsibilities are working with Foster Youth Services, the Healthy Start Program, the San Bernardino Countywide Gangs and Drugs Task Force, past Program Coordinator for Nutrition Education Obesity Prevention Grant, past Project Director for Teenage Pregnancy Prevention Program, past Executive Board Member for the San Bernardino County Association of African American Employees, founding member of San Bernardino Arrowhead United Way, lifetime member and past president of the National Council of Negro Women Inland Empire Section, and she still has time to be involved in the Alliance for Education, the Family Involvement Network, a trustee for the City of San Bernardino Library Board, and she teaches Sunday school and is co-chair of the Scholarship Ministry at New Hope Missionary Baptist Church. Wow. Wow. May I please invite Carolyn Tillman to please join me.
I'm going to pull an Amelia. I would like my boss and Miss Margaret and my family to come forward and take pictures with me.
Okay, paparazzi's got to reassemble.
You got to put the camera down.
Well, actually, I don't know if you'll be seen here.
Stand in front of me. Yes.
Okay. Margaret out.
Just a few.
Please.
Don't want to belabor it long. San Bernardino has actually been my home, I would like to say, all my life. I wasn't born here, but my grandparents were here since the early 50s. I have lots of aunts and uncles who've gone to school here. When I finished school, I wanted to come back to San Bernardino. It's the only hometown I can claim. My father was military, and I grew up all over the United States. So I claim San Bernardino as my hometown. I love it. I give my heart for it. Don't have any plans to leave it. So they've got a little burial spot somewhere for me. This is where I will be buried. But I want to thank Assemblyman Mark Steinroth for this honor. I thank each and every one of you for the hard work that you do. Thank my family for supporting me all those years and all these activities that I do. Love you all. Thank you.
So I'm going to have to put military brat on that list. I share that in common. Now, okay, so I don't know which title to go with. I'd like to speak a little bit about Judith Valles, but I don't know if I should say Dr. Valles or if I should say Mayor Valles or Dr. Mayor, Mayor Doctor. I'm not sure. But her education, University of Redlands for her BA in English, her master's at UCR in Spanish literature, her doctorate in education from the University of Redlands, worked in San Bernardino Valley College faculty from 1965 to 1984, past president of the Golden West Community College and Los Angeles Mission College, past interim president of Coastline College and Oxnard College, so I have to say professor as well, past San Bernardino Community College district trustee. Dr. Valles was elected as the first Hispanic mayor of the city of San Bernardino in 1998, where she focused on renovating the city's historic areas, expanding our youth programs, reducing the city's crime rates, ultimately retired in 2006 when she went on and created a Spanish-speaking television show, Impacto, for KVCR TV and La Voz at KCSB. Currently, She is president of the San Bernardino Symphony Board members, Inland Empire Leadership Council, Ramona Academy Charter Board president, and San Bernardino Municipal Water Department Board of Commissioners. Wow. May I please bring up Dr. Mayor Professor Judith Baez.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Assemblyman Steinnorth. It's a real honor for me to be recognized by my town. And my family is all of you. All of you. The ladies that were honored today, I am so proud to be a part of that group because, you see, I saw them growing up. I remember them, yeah. And we're all here because we love this town and we love the people here. And I am really indebted to you for recognizing me and my town, and certainly all of you, because I know you're all here for the right reason. Politicians need to remember that you're here for the right reason, because you love the town and you want to see it prosper. You're not here because you're seeking a higher office, or you're hung up on the title and you get this big ego, which, by the way, does happen to some politicians. Present company accepted, of course. But again, thank you very much, and I am deeply honored.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Common Council, for your time and indulgence today. I just think that we can all agree that these are four exemplary examples of members of our community of the city of San Bernardino who also happen to be women. And I think that, we're just grateful for their commitment to our city, and we see, based on every single one of their accomplishments, that they don't stop. They don't stop. They're committed, they care, they love, and they're going to continue to reinvest that love and commitment into our community, and that's what we all need. And that's what I think we all appreciate about them, and it's a privilege that I had this small opportunity just to recognize that, and thank you for giving me your time. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, are you still open to the idea of a group photo?
Certainly, be happy to.
Is that okay? Common Council? Young ladies, would you join me?
You could face this way? Yes. The camera's over you. Yeah.
Over this way.
Right hand. 1, 2. Just one more. Yeah. Perfect.
It's coming in waves.
Thank you again, Assemblyman Steinworth. We appreciate you taking time to recognize these wonderful women in our community. Next, we will ask the Chamber to come, we next have a presentation by Councilmember Marquez for Student of the Month.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, school has resumed as of Monday, August 7th, with a bang, because we will be acknowledging and recognizing Rachel J. Cunningham, Student of the Month, Sierra High School. Can you come up, Miss Rachel? Let's give her a round of applause. And I see so much potential in this young lady, and I'm almost positive that she'll be a future Woman of the Year in the future. Yeah, and it starts when you're that age. Okay, I would like to share her bio because I think it's pretty cool, and she attends Sierra High School. Rachel Cunningham was born in San Bernardino and received her early education in a district nearby. She attended Redlands Christian, Arrowhead Christian Academy, and Packing House schools for her elementary and middle school education. She began her high school career at Citrus Valley and is now attending Sierra High School, where she plans to graduate early, but if not, certainly by her designated graduation year with class of 2019. Wow, that sounds so far, but really just around the corner. Rachel's mom, Jennifer. Miss Jennifer, are you in the audience? Can you please stand so we can acknowledge you? Let's give her a round of applause. And Dad, Jim, don't be shy. We want to acknowledge you too. He works for the city, San Bernardino City Unified School District. Thank you both for being here. She has one brother. Is Andrew here? No? Okay. Who's working for a solar energy program. Rachel has a rescued mixed breed dog named Tango. Should have brought Tango. This year, Rachel will continue to play soccer while serving in the Office of Associated Student Body Vice President at Sierra High School. In her spare time, Rachel volunteers at a no-kill animal shelter in Yucaipa. Rachel's favorite subject is English, and she looks forward to a career in photography. Rachel has provided this message to all students, quote, "Even when school gets hard, stay with it and try harder because it is worth it." Ladies and gentlemen, let's recognize and congratulate Student of the Month for August 2017, Miss Rachel J. Cunningham. Prior to bringing her up here, I'd like to also acknowledge a couple of field reps. From State Senator Morell's office is Mr. Joshua Monson.
Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Joshua Monzon. I'm a field rep for Senator Mike Morell. And Rachel, we just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal that you're getting recognized by the Common Council and the mayor. And it takes a lot of hard work and discipline to be a good student. And all the volunteer work and all your hard work that you're doing, if you keep it up and if you're patient and in time, the fruits of your labors will pay off. So on behalf of Senator Mike Morell, I'm happy to present this certificate of recognition.
Thank you. We also have another guest, Assemblymember Steinberg's office, my good friend Cameron Griffin.
And then from the Assembly Member's office, we just want to say congratulations on being Student of the Month. This is a huge opportunity for you, and I hope you just keep growing and getting better. So congratulations and thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Hello. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Virginia Marquez and as well as Mayor Davis for giving me this opportunity. And I also like to thank the staff at Sierra who've helped me through my stay there and have really changed a lot of things. I'd also like to thank the people who came with me tonight, my mom and dad, for helping me get into this school and helping me get through it. Thank you.
Congratulations, Rachel. We're happy for you.
That's okay. That's okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Marquez. We'll next turn some time over to the Chamber of Commerce. Judy Penman.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you. Isn't it a great day in San Bernardino? You expected that, didn't you? I saw Jim this morning and I forgot to tell him that, but I'm sure he felt it. Last time I was here, it was 105 degrees. Well, guess what? We're about 20 degrees cooler, so it's even a greater day in San Bernardino. I have good news. I'm not sure what it is, but I do have good news. I have to put my glasses on to see what that good news is. Okay, Mark Prosecchio. Is Mark here tonight? Well, he was. Well, I'm sure he mentioned that, every third Thursday. There you are, Mark. I'm going to give your food trucks a plug. You're tidy? Oh, he's hiding. He's also tidy. I'm sure he is. Mark, I want to compliment you on your food trucks. You have persevered, and I'm sure it's very successful. I like the hot dog truck and also that crab truck that has wonderful crab bisque. So, if everyone is hungry, tomorrow, absolutely tomorrow, and it's not as hot as it has been, so toddle on over to Court Street Square and enjoy some of the delectable goodies out there for the food trucks. Mark has worked very hard to bring those food trucks to San Bernardino, Court Street Square. So I'm sure we'll see everybody out there tomorrow enjoying some of the delectable goodies. Also, you can grab a baseball game almost any day, and I'm going to give you the dates right now for the 66ers who are not doing so bad this year. We have on August 18th and August 19th and August 20th and August 29th, August 30th, August 31st of the rest of this year. Lots of fun, and the best thing I like about a baseball game is the hot dogs, and they have plenty of hot dogs. Plus all the cool air out there. My mother has half a season tickets, and she's 99 years old, and she loves baseball. Isn't that cool? I give them to her for her birthday. And she says it's really nice and cool out there, and she loves it when they win. Also, the Humane Society of San Bernardino Valley will be having a fundraiser day. Fun, not fund, but fundraiser day at Fiesta Village in Colton on September 19th from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And that is, a phone number is 824-1111 if you're interested. And everybody, well, not everybody loves animals, but shame on them if they don't. So go and support the Humane Society. Also, now I got a call from Bob Edwards, and those of you who know Bob Edwards knows how tenacious he is. So I didn't return his call, but I'll give well, he said I had to call him by 6 o'clock that night, and if I didn't, I guess just forget about it. So we'll give him a good what do they say, a shout out. That's it, thank you, a shout out. On August 23rd, an evening at the Norton Air Force Museum will be hosting distinguished guest speaker Colonel Raymond J. Merritt, United States Air Force retired, and former Vietnam prisoner of war, 1965 and through 1973. That seems to me like just yesterday. I'm sure, John, that those are days gone by for you that you don't even think of, right? When I think of the 90s just being a long time ago, oh, God, that's terrible. Beginning at 7 o'clock p.m. So if you want to hear a good story, be sure and turn out to our Air Force Museum. We always take our leadership group out there, and they just love it. It's amazing what a wonderful job those people have done. Now I get to chit-chat about our rendezvous back to Route 66, and that is coming up on August 7th, and I have a lot of propaganda for everybody. I'm sorry, what did I say? I am so happy that you guys are paying attention. I just love you all. I did that deliberately. If you believe that, you're crazy. I know, Dennis didn't believe it. We have a great flyer out here, and on the back is a registration form. And what we really need this year, desperately, and I could shed a tear or two if it would help get me some volunteers. Chief, are you paying attention to me? You can't turn around when I'm talking. I can do evil things to you. Anyway, we need volunteers desperately. Able bodies. Pam is a volunteer, and we really appreciate this. The hardest thing lately is to get good volunteers, and we need help to direct the traffic so that the cars that are in the rendezvous do not run over the pedestrians. And actually, your explorers are going to help us this year. Isn't that wonderful? San Bernardino Police Department volunteers. So we have a volunteer form also for those of you. If you work 4 hours or more, you can actually volunteer 4 hours or more, you get a volunteer T-shirt. Isn't that exciting? Memorable. And the volunteer T-shirts are being sponsored by Alta Vista Credit Union, and all the participants' T-shirts are being sponsored by Loma Linda University Health. That is a really big deal. So, Fred, I don't think your car's been registered yet this year.
I'm going to be out of town. I'm sorry. My daughter's getting married in Reno.
The nerve of her.
I didn't have anything
That's
to go with.
disgusting.
I'm very sorry.
This is the first year you've probably ever
Gee, I knew I
missed.
was going to have to deal with you. I didn't think I was going to have to do it publicly.
Well, how else can I bring shame to you if not publicly, right? Oh,
My
my
car's for
gosh.
rent. My car
Well,
will be
that
for
means
rent.
you have to enter 3 more cars to make up for you. Your brother will be there.
My brother won't be there either. He'll be in Reno.
Oh, of course he will. Well, he hasn't told me either. That's terrible. Well, then you have to find 5 other cars to register in your name. Okay, so everyone has it. I have flyers. Anybody have any questions? And thank you. I want to thank all of you, the mayor, the council, the city manager, for being so cooperative for this wonderful event. And I know all the rest of you will be that. Gary, you look a little tired and bored, and you have to come alive. Oh, I forgot. I needed to tell you this. You know, we get calls all the time, even when the other Route 66 was going on. We always got calls. Well, just today, we got 2 calls. One we got from Wisconsin, God bless you, all the way from Wisconsin. They wanted to know about the rendezvous, so they plan on flying into Palm Springs, renting a car, coming to San Bernardino, spending a couple of days at the Garden Inn, the Hotel Garden Inn, whatever it's called, and then going up and down from up to Barstow and up around the old Route 66. And then we also got a call from a guy from Fresno that's coming in to spend the night just because of our rendezvous. That's just today. We've been getting other calls and also letters saying where they can stay. So see, we're also acting like your CVB again. But I thought that was cool, just today, and that doesn't count all the cars. Right now, we have over 500 cars registered, and they really start pouring in about this time. So, it's just a thrill a minute. So keep us in your prayers, and remember to refer everybody to the car show.
Thank you, Judy. Enrique, did you have an announcement?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Enrique from Congressman Pete Aguilar's office. I just came here real quick to do an announcement. The Congressman will be hosting his first Veterans Resource Fair this Friday, August 18th. It's from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Frank A. Gonzalez Community Center. It's at 670 Colton Avenue in Colton. This is going to be a really great event. We're excited about it. We're going to have LA VA Regional Office there to do a class on submitting a benefits claim with the VA. They'll be able to take in some VA casework. Our office will be present to assist with that as well. The county VA will be there to do veterans ID cards on site. And also we'll have some laptops available. Our office has a veterans survey that we have on our website to kind of assess how Loma Linda VA is doing. So we encourage veterans to fill that out as well. I'm going to leave some flyers here if you guys have any questions. There'll be sandwiches provided 12 p.m. on that day for veterans there as well. Also wanted to make an announcement. We're having a jobs fair next week, Friday, August 25th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's at the Boys and Girls Club of San Bernardino, 1180 West 9th Street in San Bernardino. Right now we have over 40 employers that are scheduled to be there who have job openings available today. So we're really excited about that. Hope that we get a lot of people out there. And I also have flyers here available. So thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our announcement. Do we have any other elected officials, representatives here? All right. Seeing none, we will now move on to our appointments. We have one appointment this evening. Councilmember Jim Mulvihill would like to appoint Ms. Felicia Alexander to serve on the Measure Z Committee.
Move approval.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
I moved it, but I'll second it.
So I have Fred Charette as the mover and on the appointment of Felicia Alexander, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and it passed 6-0 with Mr. Barrios absent.
Thank you. Council Mulvihill.
If she's here. Felicia? I saw her.
Yep, she's here.
I, Felicia Alexander,
I, Felicia Alexander,
do solemnly swear to support and defend
do solemnly swear and support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
to bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
I just need you to sign here.
I'm so pleased that Felicia Alexander has accepted my appointment to the Measure Z Committee. Her background really represents a terrific preparation for membership. She holds a master's degree in public management and also has worked for many years in the logistics industry. So I'm sure she can make a tremendously good contribution to the Measure Z Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let me provide you with the certificate. And also your lapel pin, which you've got a couple already.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. To the mayor and common council and the community of San Bernardino, I'd like to first say thank you for the opportunity to be on this commission for Measure Z. I really appreciate you having the faith in me as a businesswoman and a citizen of San Bernardino to take on such role, and will do the city proud. So thank you very much. And I also like to thank my husband, who could not be here, but thank him for all of his support and encouragement to even put myself out there to take on roles. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your service to our community. Before we ask the council to identify any items they'd like to pull from the consent calendar, we'd like to invite Lucio Aguayo to come forward to speak.
On what item is that?
This is item 15.
Hi, so I just wanted to come up and say that I'm really glad to see this item on the agenda. I think that if possible, I don't know what the follow-up plan is, but I would like to be a part of this project. I'm a concerned resident. I ride a bike, and I want to be a part of this process, and I think a lot of other community members would also like to be a part of the process. So I would like for you all to keep that in mind as you move forward if the grant or whatever is approved. But thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Councilman Mulvihill, do you have any items to pull?
I have none, Your Honor.
Excuse me. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would like to reschedule item 13 that's currently included on your consent calendar. The Planning Commission did review this, and subsequent to the Planning Commission's review, there was additional information. We'd like to provide them an opportunity to review that, and we'll report back at a later time. And then I would also request that we move item number 23 from your consent calendar. I had originally intended that that would be a staff report, and I apologize for the error. I think it's important, since you didn't have the contract in front of you until this evening, that it's presented under staff reports, and I think there may be some questions. So I'd, again, like to reschedule item 13 and then remove from the consent calendar item number 23 and move it to staff reports.
Thank you. Do we need to take any action on that? No. Councilman Mulvihill, do you have any items to pull?
I have none, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard?
I have none.
Councilmember Nickel?
15, please.
Councilmember Charette?
No, sir.
Councilmember Valdivia? Thank you. Councilmember Marquez?
I just want to reiterate that number 13 has been pulled and it will be re-agendized for sometime in the future.
Yes, after the Planning Commission has had a chance to review that.
To review additional information at a service. Okay, thank you. None other.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I'd like to pull number 19. We have some additional information we'd like to provide to council.
Pull it from the calendar or pull the street?
No,
Just to move it
pull
to
the
staff
speak.
report?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not the staff report. We just want to offer some additional information.
So move to staff reports. Move from consent to staff reports.
Or I can pull it. I'll pull it.
Yeah. So,
Whatever.
so we will,
Pulling an item like Henry just did.
thank you.
Pull it and add some information.
So no other items. We will entertain motion for items 5 through 22, excluding 13 and 19.
15.
15.
15 and 19.
Who seconded?
I think I
And it's 13, I believe. Well, on my agenda, 13 is the vacation. Of,
13 is the street vacation that I would like removed.
Right.
And
But 15
And then 15 is the one that
is pulled by Henry. Right.
Henry,
Okay,
correct.
thank you. Please cast your votes.
On the consent calendar, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passed 6-0.
Thank you. Item 15 is a recommendation to adopt the resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino authorizing the submittal of the substantially planning grant, the sustainability planning grant application to the Southern California Association of Governments for the preparation of a citywide bicycle and pedestrian master plan. Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, well, I support this item tonight, but I wanted to echo the public comment that was made. I did get some questions from constituents related to if and when we do receive the grant. What is the process? We had a very good discussion, I think, on Monday evening with constituents regarding some of the ideas that they have and what they would like to see, and I want to make sure that this is an opportunity for the public to be heard and to be involved. But maybe you can explain this grant. There's also been some questions posed to me. Years ago, there were discussions about a trails master plan in the city and whether or not that might have there might be some aspect of that might be considered as part of this program. But I thought I'd give you a chance, and I believe, Councilman Mulvihill, you might have been instrumental in this. So I just want to thank you for the work you've done on this and give staff an opportunity to provide a bit of an overview and inform the public of how they can get involved as this proceeds.
Certainly. Thank you, council members and community. This is the first step of the process. Applications are due to the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG. They are the funding agency. We are making a request for $200,000. A separate request will be made by Cal State San Bernardino, also for $200,000. So we have the potential, the city has the potential for $400,000 in total funding, which would be very, very significant. And with that money, we could absolutely do a very comprehensive both bicycle master plan and pedestrian master plan. It would be citywide. We absolutely would include the public and the young woman that spoke here this evening. I'll be reaching out to her. Applications are due to SCAG by the end of the month, August 31st. We should hear about 90 days later whether or not we received that grant. And then, yes, we would engage a consulting firm, and then we would be starting the public outreach process probably towards the end of the year or certainly beginning early 18. If we do receive the grant, we'll be back to the council because we have to formally, the city council at that point has to formally accept the grant. And at that time, we'll have a very clear timeline for when we're going to kick off the project and when the community engagement process will begin. You're welcome.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and I'll move to approve this just for
discussion.
Second. So, Ms. City Manager, I think this is a great opportunity for our city. Is there collaborative partnership agreements with not only the Cal State entity, but what about the Santa Ana River Trail Authority and the county aspects, or is this only open to local city municipalities?
There are, and Mark may be able to provide some additional information, but there are planning grants that are available to cities and certain types of public entities. There may be some additional funding that from the Rivers and Trails type funding that may be available to those other groups. So we will certainly partner with them and see how this, overall, we would like to see our program connect to other programs to make it a much more robust. So we will be reaching out as we develop our plan to look at the plans that have been developed in other cities and see there might be some interconnected.
If you could, that would be great, because I know that the Santa Ana River Trail certainly runs through our city along the riverbed.
It connects all the way into Los Angeles. So
and if there's an opportunity for us to co-join with them in application to make it a much bigger hit, that'd be great.
And especially given the fact that there's some funding that they probably are eligible for that, through the natural resources, various funding sources for natural resources and things that we might not be eligible alone to apply for.
Well, and further, what my strong recommendation is around the transit center area, right? We have made vast improvements in and around the 2nd and E Street corridor and E and Rialto corridor. I think certainly the Loma Linda University Health Corridor aspect on G Street, the new build, the Inland Center Mall, those are good avenues for us to partner up and really link into the system. So I'd like to see those areas also be the benefactor of these grants. I think the operative word is that the grant should be spread out through the entire city, and where it's conducive to get some good funding, let's do it. Thank you.
Good.
Councilman Mulvihill?
Yeah, I'm so pleased that have the opportunity, now that we have direct representation with the Southern California Association of Governments, to have the information available to us more directly. And I'm pleased also to be able to partner with Cal State in this. It's, too often, we seem to forget, and maybe they seem to forget, that we should be working together, that, our futures are bound together, our constituents, the people we aid, are the same people for the most part. And the fact that, pedestrian traffic and bicycle transportation is becoming so much more important, and the availability of resources. To be able to plan this, there's been so many tragedies that have taken place on bicycles in recent years. I think of Bill Easley last year. Just really unfortunate that we don't have better circulation for bicycles. And I'm, again, pleased that, and look forward to hopefully that we'll get this grant. Thank you.
I think we stand a very good chance of being funded.
Thank you, Mark. Any other questions? If not, please cast your votes. We have a motion and a second.
On item 15, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passed 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item 19. This is to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, and a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino acting as a successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of the City of San Bernardino, authorizing the execution of an agreement with the County of San Bernardino for the cancellation of property taxes on 285 former redevelopment agency parcels and certain related actions. City Attorney?
Yes, I'm going to ask Don DeMichelle to come forward and speak on that matter.
Could you turn your light on? Turn the speaker on. Thank you.
The reason I asked Mr. Sines to pull the item was so that I could correct and own up to a couple of mistakes I made in preparing this item that do affect it. The first is Exhibit A to the agreement that you're being asked to approve lists the parcels that the county is going to cancel taxes on. The county informed me that I had listed 18 parcels that they had not agreed to cancel the taxes on. They haven't said they never will, but they've said for now they don't want to include those 18. So I shouldn't have listed them on Exhibit A, and they should be deleted from that list. The total parcels that the taxes will be canceled on will remain the same, 285, but the exhibit I prepared shows 303, so the 18 should be deleted. I provided the city clerk with a list of those 18 parcels and copies for the council, and the correct Exhibit A will be attached to the agreement after it's been approved by the county and is ready for signature. The second mistake I made was in the staff report. I inadvertently at one point said that the total parcels we requested cancellation on were 306 rather than 386. Which I said in another spot, it's 386 total. So they're canceling all but 101 of the parcels that we originally requested cancellation on. With that, I'll entertain any questions that anybody may have on the item. Otherwise, ask for a vote.
Any questions? If not, please. Do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
Do we have a motion? We have a second and a second.
His comment that he may have made two errors, but he's done a remarkable job in dealing with the county on this. So I appreciate him owning his mistakes, but he did a remarkable job in working through this, and we still have hope for the others. But we want to take the ones that we can and get those all approved, and then we'll continue to work on the additional items.
And so as indicated in the staff report, there's approximately $5.7 million that would be erased as a result of that, correct?
It's a little more than that now because at the beginning of each month, the total rises because of interest. I didn't have an updated figure on those 285 parcels to provide, but it's slightly more.
Thank you. And the possibility still exists for the opportunity to have the other ones also, those liens also alleviated.
So the county says they haven't foreclosed the possibility of it, and recital O in the agreement says that the parties reserve all their rights on other parcels, so that the agreement only affects these parcels that are being that the taxes are being canceled on. We aren't releasing our rights as to any other parcel.
Thank you. City Attorney.
I too would like to thank Don for his persistence and his competent handling of this matter. He's worked long and hard on it, and I'm very grateful for his the results he was able to achieve. So that needs to be recognized, notwithstanding the couple of small errors that he made here that are not significant compared to what he was able to accomplish. So I too would like to recognize him and thank him.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. No other questions? Please cast your votes.
On item 19, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette and the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passed 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now move to item 22.
23.
Thank you. Item 23. Review and discuss the potential wireless consulting agreement with 5 Bars LLC and the status of discussions with staff to provide directions. City Manager?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mitch is going to provide the bulk of this report. Stephen Graham has also, and I think is making his way to the podium, has also been working with Mitch Cochran as well as Martin Pastucha on this. The reason why I requested that it be removed from the consent calendar and then included on your staff reports is really a couple of reasons. We did receive correspondence that came to our office, and I wanted to make sure the council had this as you discuss the next steps for San Bernardino. It's a letter from McKinsey and Alberton, who represent Verizon Wireless. They had thoughts about this process and their desire to participate, and also from ATS. So again, I want to make sure you had correspondence, copies of the correspondence that was received by our office. And the other reason why it was moved is at the time, really through no fault of the staff or 5 Bars, they've been very helpful in working with us to discuss the potential implications for San Bernardino. But at the time that we published the staff report, we did not have the contract. So we provided some alternative courses of action for the council in the event that we didn't have this. We do have it now. It is before you. The staff can walk through the agreement. I believe we also have a representative of 5 Bars here. So again, we wanted to make sure there was a lot of additional information that we didn't have at the time, was not included in the packet. We wanted to make sure that you had that as you contemplated the direction. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mitch and Stephen.
Okay. First of all, are there any direct questions that I can answer from the previous discussions that we've had?
One question I have is that there's still time, I believe, to act upon this before the legislature would take action. Is that correct?
At this point, yes. It is currently in the Assembly. They're in recess until next Monday. And then at that point, as it goes through the Assembly process, we've been given direction by Verizon and others that they are some significant actions that could happen in the Assembly, but we don't know if that's true or not or how they could go through. It passed the Senate with all but 2 votes affirmative, so there is political momentum. So it's as likely to go through immediately as it is to be held.
Thank you.
Okay. Some of the other questions that we had before were the revenue model. You requested that if there was a chance to negotiate that. They came back and they offered us 2 different revenue models that they held with, that we were not able to change those. And at this point, we're recommending the 65-35 revenue split. The difference being is that we would have to fund $30,000 of a revenue or of a radio study prior to as part of the initial process. We feel the estimates of that, we want to take a conservative position so that there is no outlay of any city funds, and we think that some of the estimates that they gave us for the number of cell sites are a little bit optimistic in coming through. We have had another vendor come through and list a potential of some 30 sites. How long that would take to do, don't know. How long that would, and of those sites, those 30, 5 of them were on Edison, 10 were roughly undeterminate. We weren't sure exactly which, but 17 would be requested on city property. So there is definitely interest on using city property. One other question that was asked of us was the clause for replacement pole, and we were not able to add that as part of the agreement. So as poles are knocked down issues, they are still city property, so they would be city responsibility to replace.
Councilmember Valdivia.
Yeah, thank you, Mitch. Why on the last question?
Let me defer to Steve on that one.
And I want to say that 5 Bars was receptive to discussing that. Essentially what it came down to was figuring out a mechanism through this contract that could achieve the immediate replacement of city infrastructure. And I think the problem that you encounter when you're dealing with a specific model like that is that as it is city infrastructure, it's public property, and the money that would be using to fund it is public funds. We'd essentially be requiring a private entity to comply with public contracting and labor standards. And it became incredibly complicated to try to figure out a way to create that sort of mechanism in a contract such as this, especially when you're talking about how do we get the funding back to 5 Bars for essentially fronting the money to replace city infrastructure. The rent on any individual pole is unlikely to cover its replacement cost. And so the recommendation that staff would have back to the council is the contract should result in additional revenues to the city. And the perhaps best way to achieve the council's goal in faster replacement of city infrastructure would be to, when the funds are available, through the budget process, to perhaps allocate those funds to that specific purpose and have the city engage in that rapid replacement of downed infrastructure.
Well, I respect what you're saying. My position is that immediate replacement is a great tool to have from a private partner on this contract.
I understand.
The issue that I have with, we have well over 140, probably 150 documented cases throughout the city where we own about 9,000 streetlight poles. The balance is owned by Edison. So we have about 14,000 streetlights in our city. Obviously, I'm talking more of the concrete poles, the metal poles that we have, the high resin impact poles. But for us, let's just call a spade. We don't replace light poles as it is. The sad reality is that we just aren't good at replacing these light poles. We have 150. Since I've been here, we've always had that number or more. We've made surges in repairs. We've attempted to isolate some situations, and then we all of a sudden get back to the number that exceeds 100. So in the past 5 years, I've pushed for pole replacements. As CDB chairman, we've allocated several thousands of dollars for knockdown poles. We've accomplished some, but we're not good at it. So, Andrea, what say you on rapid replacement? I think this is a perfect opportunity.
I see this as an opportunity. I do understand the complexities, and I think Mr. Muldoon may also have something to add to this, because certainly they were open to trying to find a mechanism to provide this. And so, again, I think he may have some additional thoughts. I think we as an organization need to get better at replacing our poles that are down. So I'm committed to doing that regardless of whether we're able to create a mechanism within this agreement. I also agree that using the private sector for things is really a very good practice. We've started doing some of that. We're trying to do more of that, and this may be an opportunity. I think we just need to come up with the legal mechanism to do that, given the fact that we know the revenue from these polls is not going to be that significant. So, again, we can spend more time doing this if you'd like us to, but I do think it's going to require some more time to really think about how we can give them the responsibility to do that, recognizing that there's not going to be the revenue to cover the cost.
Well, and you bring up a good point. It's maybe a distractor to the primary overarching goal here of passing this tonight. I'm not in favor of moving this just down the road. I am not in favor of it. We have, since July 15th, been talking about this at Council. This is an opportunity for the city to capture revenue. We're on the cusp of something quickly happening at the State Assembly Hall where this is going to pass. It's going to pass. And as soon as it passes, we're out. And our revenue dollars that we could potentially capture here is minimized and we relinquish. So the option really is for us a political decision, maybe, some may say, but I think it's a revenue issue. We need to take action tonight. And I'd like to make the motion. There's two recommendations.
Yes.
So I'm going to go with item number 2, to authorize the city manager to enter into a wireless marketing agreement for city facilities with 5 bars upon completion negotiations and hopefully before the State Assembly passes this. That's my motion.
Mitch, can you elaborate somewhat on the letter that we received from McKinsey and Albrighton related to the concerns that Verizon brought forward?
And Mitch can and Stephen may actually also have some comments.
Let me defer.
I think I'll probably take that, Mayor, if you don't mind. The letters from outside counsel for Verizon, and I spoke with the attorney who sent the letter, and essentially what Verizon is arguing is that SB 649 contains a provision that essentially grandfathers in agreements such as the one that is being proposed between the city and 5 bars that regard the leasing or licensing of vertical infrastructure. Verizon feels that the city's proposed agreement wouldn't meet that grandfather provision's requirements because it wasn't the intent of the legislature in creating that grandfathering provision that the city would enter into an agreement such as this on the eve of the bill being passed. We've done an analysis of the legislative history of the bill, and one of the things to consider is that the bill has not yet passed, so I don't know what the final version of it will be. But it is certainly an argument that they're making. Whether or not our agreement would meet the definition of existing agreements, it is uncertain. And it is something that the city, if the agreement was challenged, would be required to defend. 5 bars has made it clear to us that their intention would be that if the agreement is challenged, that it would be up to the city to defend it. And so that's a question for the future if the agreement is passed. It is uncertain. It has certainly been the policy of federal government and this particular state legislature to remove as much local control over the location and design standards for wireless infrastructure as they can over the last 20 years. And this is simply the next step.
Thank you. City Manager.
Well, I just want to clarify. So 5 bars would not defend, is that the consistent position with the other? Because you do have several other agreements in Fresno and not Sacramento, but Fresno and a couple of other cities up north. Are you not going to defend any of those agreements?
That is correct. In every scenario, the city has an option. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and staff. Thank you for working with us diligently on this item. Pleasure to be here tonight. In every other city, we are not indemnifying them for the sake, we are for natural reasons like a pole, et cetera, but we're not indemnifying them for the sake of a challenge under the legislation. It's up to the city if the city wants to protect local control, or in the alternative, the city wants to just terminate the contract with or without cause and let us go. But we do think that we work very well with carriers. We're talking with the carriers at Fresno, the newest city. We have all 4 carriers involved in Sacramento, and that we're not looking to be adversarial at all. There is a possibility that if this were to be challenged, there's going to be about 20 cities or so, all significant cities, that want to retain local control that I think could be banded together. But it's not a very lucrative contract, as you know. And so for us to defend the city, we would defer to the city down the road, up to the city to decide without taking that risk.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Schroeder.
Thank you, Mayor. My concern with this issue is the fact that we're working on it so quickly, and I understand that. I understand that we have to, but we started talking about this on July 15th. I think that was when you were here before. We have a letter from a competitor that was dated July 24th from ATS, sent to the city manager's office, and we didn't do, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but we didn't do anything about that, and we would have had an opportunity to bring that forward to be a part of this discussion at the first meeting in August, and we wouldn't be here tonight just accepting one proposal that I just received and haven't had a chance to even slightly look at. And I'm interested if there's, I understand the legislature is going to move, they're going to move as quick as possible. We have some experience with being validated through the courts and the state not paying any attention to that at all. It's called Redevelopment Agency, and we went through that process, and the state tends to do what they want to do. I wonder if there's any possibility of getting, I'm never real excited about a sole source opportunity, a sole source using public funds, and would like to at least have an opportunity, if there's even a chance that ATS or anyone else would be able to submit a proposal. I guess it can't, they're going to vote Monday, is that what you said?
They're going to be returning from recess.
They're back in session Monday, and we don't have any idea. Wish Steinnorth was still here. Yeah. And I don't know if there's anything we can do, whether we enter into agreement with 5 bars or not, and if it passes the legislature, and we're not going to be defending it, they're not going to defend us, and we're not going to probably be in a position to spend a lot of effort defending it. Will we? That's, I guess, a question of you, Andrea.
Well, we would, of course, bring the information to you if we felt that we needed to do that, and ultimately the council would give us direction as to whether or not you want us to proceed in that regard.
But if you had any contact, this letter was, of course, written to Mark Scott on July 24th. Have you had any contact with ATS? Have they shown any interest in submitting a competitive proposal?
They have not, and I do want to just, for full disclosure, this is dated July 24th. I'm not sure when it was actually received in our office, but certainly when I became aware of it, I realized that it needed to be given to all of you so that you had this as part of your discussion this evening. We had just a brief call to get a copy of the letter to understand, the information that they were providing. They have provided service to the city previously, so this is a former service provider to the city. I think their thought would be, though, that they need to have an opportunity to have a very good discussion with us about what would be the scope of the agreement. I did want to go just to one thing about the 5 bars agreement, or for that matter, any agreement that you enter into. We have the ability under at least the agreement that's been proposed, and certainly 5 bars has assisted in drafting this, so you could terminate this agreement really with or without cause if you determined at a later date that it was not or no longer in the city's best interest. Right. And they've agreed to that language and have not had any pushback.
When you talked to ATS, did they indicate that they were going to be here tonight, or?
It was really just an exchange to get the letter,
okay.
and I didn't actually physically speak to anyone. But I believe they are aware that it is being discussed at this evening's meeting, that it is on the agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Mulvihill?
I guess that I wanted to pursue that a little bit. Could we, I guess, maintain contact with ATS, see what they're, I guess I'm thinking about do we have to vote on this tonight? I mean, obviously, there's certain eminency with regard to voting in the legislature, et cetera, et cetera. And you seem to indicate that we could back out of any agreement that we make with 5 bars if we wanted to. In the meantime, can we carry out a discussion with ATS and just see what their particular proposals happen to be?
We certainly can. If we were to do that, though, I think there may even be other providers beyond ATS. And so, yes, I mean, so the question is, if you would like us to do that, are there other providers that you would also want us to speak to? Because I don't, and please correct me, I don't think that the field is only occupied by ATS and 5 bars.
No, I know it's not.
It says 8, Irvine had 8 bidders.
I know it's not. But it's certainly at least more than 7 or 8 operating in this area.
I would not say for a third-party planning like this. I'd only think about 4.
Okay. So if you want us to contact ATS, I would just suggest that we reach out to others, and because as soon as we do this, then we're going to get the next question. Okay, well, I didn't get contacted. Yeah, and unless you're suggesting that we do this with ATS because they are a prior service provider to us, so I would make a distinction if in fact you want us to reach out further.
If I may?
I don't know. Are you finished?
Yes.
Excuse me. In the course of your agreements with other cities, have you come up against ATS as one of the competing proposers?
I don't believe so.
Or even others? Have there been any others that you have competed with?
In the city of Irvine, there was another competitor, CNX. We were chosen over them.
In the city of Irvine?
That's correct. In most of the other cities, what they do, is, if I may explain, is they piggyback on the Sacramento or Fresno agreements, which were publicly bidded RFPs with competitors at that point. So it's not exactly a sole source in that respect. It's the recent contracts have got fair market value, and we beat the competition out. Most cities, the ones that are signing with us as we speak, are West Covina and another city that slips me right now who signed last night. They're piggybacking. They're basically using the Sacramento agreement at the exact same terms, similar to what we've been negotiating thus far, and entering into it so they can beat the SB 649 timeline. Council makes a great point about how to deal with it after the bill is passed, because there's some language in there that can add extra protection per the bill. But the contract clause argument essentially states that this is trumping state law. And the redevelopment fees is a great example, because if you had an agreement in place before that legislation was passed, they didn't take that money. It's that same concept. You have a contract before the bill's passed.
Well, we'd have to take exception to that, because that's not necessarily the way it turned out in the city of San Bernardino. Councilman Marquez.
Andrea, I just feel overwhelmed right now. This is a lot to digest, and we just got a lot of this stuff on the dais, so I'm trying to listen and read at the same time, and I'm not doing a very good job of it. If we don't vote on it tonight and maybe delay it, defer it, would be able to get more information regarding this issue at our next meeting on September 6th. We have a 3-week period.
Yes, remember, your next meeting is on September 6th.
Right.
And the legislature will be coming back into session prior to that. I do have one question I think might assist. Do you know if ATS participated? And I apologize, Mr. Muldoon. No, I know but he does know who bid on it. Do you know if they submitted a proposal everyone's piggybacking on the earlier competitive process that was used? Do you happen to know if ATS participated in that?
I know for a fact they did not participate in Sacramento. Okay. They may have participated in Fresno. I'm not sure.
Okay. Because I thought that might help in understanding how their bid compared to others.
I guess I'm just not ready to vote on it tonight. It's just a lot of unanswered questions, and there's like a sense of urgency, and I get that, but there's still a lot of stuff that is not clear.
Councilman Trent.
Mayor, I'd like to point out that ATS is a current and has a former vendor of ours. They've worked with the city, and they stuck with us through the bankruptcy. They took a pretty good hit, as all our vendors did, due to the bankruptcy. It's my understanding that in Irvine there was actually 10 proposals submitted. 8 no, there were 10 requests, 8 submitted, and it was narrowed down to 3. ATS was in one of the top 3, and the contract actually ended up going to 5 bars, who, as my understanding, was sixth in the proposal process, listing 1 through 6 or 8. So I'm concerned that you've indicated that there was only 2 in Irvine, which in my understanding there was like 6 or 8.
I did not say that, but I'll...
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize then. I thought you did.
No.
And ATS was in that process, my understanding is. And I just think it's fair for a vendor that has stuck with us and has taken a hit due to the bankruptcy that was not their fault, that if there's any possibility of reaching out to them, I understand the urgency. I also keep going back to that validation we had with regard to redevelopment that didn't mean a hill of beans to the state of California. And so this is, as Virginia says, this is a lot to, and we got a letter from a lawyer representing Verizon. We've got a proposal from 5 bars, and we've got a letter that's come in from ATS, and it's concerning to me. I'm not throwing any blame to anybody. It just makes making a decision like this very difficult. And then the urgency of time.
I would, just to comment on the ATS thing, though, I would want to know more about why they are no longer a service provider for us, though. Yeah.
I can't answer that. I'm not spoken for them.
Right.
I understand they have a lot of performance issues. We have the major cities in the state like Fresno, Sacramento, Industry, Berkeley, Palm Springs, 29 Palms, and we are gaining traction with a lot of cities for the reason of the public vetting process. Now, when I stated earlier about other entities that do what we do, I meant specifically having our business model. I didn't mean in the industry and totally, so I hope I didn't mislead you in any respect for that.
Councilman Richard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question, more or less of a comment. Mr. Muldoon, I appreciate the information that you brought to us and all of the hard work, but I think that all too lately we have been so quick to react, and we're doing things without properly following processes. So I believe that if we have other vendors that are interested, we at least need to open it up. And if your company has the best model, surely you would come out on top. But at least we know that we did everything the correct way, and we are not going to continue to make these quick decisions and say, okay, we know that it's time sensitive, but we need to start a practice of starting to do things in the correct way. So thank you. I appreciate everything that you have done, especially bringing all this to the city. And I agree with Councilmember Marquez and I can't believe I'm going to say this, Charette. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I hope the camera's on me right now.
That this is a little too soon. We just received this information today, and I think that we need to take time and review it and do things the proper way.
Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, well, I would just remind my colleagues that this was predicated by an act of the legislature, and I think they would like nothing more than us to delay this as long as possible and perhaps not to make a decision and end up subject to a law that, quite frankly, I think is quite despicable in terms of what it's doing to completely erode the ability of communities like ours to decide what and how we proceed with this type of business. I'm very frustrated with the fact that we have a legislature in our state that really disregards communities and local government. And I think that is what we have to keep in mind as well. I think we are at a point where we have to make a decision, as difficult as it may be. I was hoping that ATS would be here. Are they here? Is anybody? Okay. If there's somebody from ATS that would like to speak, I'd be happy to give them a forum. But I would also, and thank you, sir, for being here. I appreciate you being here. But I also, you had mentioned that there are more or less 2 options that have been presented. Can you clarify what those options are?
At the time we drafted the staff report, because even though everyone was working diligently, we did not have the contract to provide to you, and we knew that was the case. So we did provide some options that you could, in the absence of having a contract, that you could direct the city manager to continue to negotiate, and then provide some parameters, things that you as a council are willing to accept, and then direct me to negotiate agreement and authorize me to execute an agreement given the parameters that you could provide this evening, or alternatively, that if you have the contract in front of you, you can direct that, or you can direct us to do a further process.
Well, I would just like to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Valdivia, but the first option to me seems like the most prudent, which is I trust your judgment. I think you've heard from us. You've heard the concerns that have been expressed this evening. I think giving you the authority to sit down with these two vendors and make a determination as to what's appropriate basically gets us to a point where we're able to do everything that we want to achieve here tonight from what I can hear, which is to have a process, which I think we will do, giving you that authority. I think that's consistent with a fair process to discuss with these vendors. If they're, in your judgment, one is better than the other, I'm happy to give you that authority. But I think given the time in which we have to act on this, we cannot delay this. And I think Sacramento would like nothing more than for us to drag our feet and end up at a point where we can't make a decision and we have no ability to make a decision. So I'd like to if Mr. Valdivia is, just to clarify, if option one
It's
is...
option 2, sir, on the agenda.
I would just, have you restate your motion that you're giving the city manager, because it's kind of a combination of a couple of the options that we provided to you.
Okay, well, the first option that you stated, giving you the authority to negotiate, predicated on engaging these vendors, and in your best judgment, to ensure that we have a timely action on this matter. That is my motion.
I'll second that, but I'd
Excuse me, Councilman, you're out of order. I would like to, well, that's fine, you can second. It seems to me that there needs to be some qualification to that to allow for some discretion related to maybe some other vendors as opposed to just the two that you're looking at.
I agree.
So that gives her the authority to be able to reach out to others who may or may not be interested at this stage, but at least it gives her that authority to have a scope that gives her the capacity to be able to do a reasonable due diligence.
I will amend my motion accordingly, that you have the authority to go out to any additional vendor predicated upon the understanding that time is of the essence on this, and that a decision be made, and I trust your judgment.
And I would just add one other thing, and also make sure that it's consistent with the business model that you've looked at, provided by 5 bars, that it's consistent with that model or that structure.
Okay.
Is that the 65-35 sharing?
That's not the sharing,
Okay.
it's their business model where
Okay.
they provide the analysis and actually manage the process for us.
Okay. Yeah, as long as there is consistency in terms of what was proposed and then what is evaluated based on the initial proposal. So if the clerk, are you clear on what my motion is, or do I need some clarification?
I believe that your motion is to authorize the city manager to continue negotiating with the vendor, also give her the authority with 5 Bars LLC, to also give her the authority to negotiate with additional vendors, understanding that there is a time limitation, and that the negotiation is consistent with the business model already reviewed by the council.
Is there any problem with that, Fred? Are you okay with that?
Councilman Schrepp.
I think I'm okay. I can't turn because yours is on.
I'll turn
I
mine.
think I'm okay with that, Henry. What we're basically saying is we're going to give Andrea the authority to make a decision based on her good judgment and our trust in her, and that she's going to reach out to get proposals in as quickly as possible. I don't know if we need to put a deadline on that. I mean, you can call somebody and say, we're going to have a proposal open on Friday. I'm just making an example. And can you get us a proposal in by Friday? And you're going to assess them and make a decision.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? And is that what you're agreeing to?
Yes.
Can you do
accept
that?
this challenge? We're a little hesitant to
Are
say
you
yes.
busy Are you busy this week?
And I would also, and if you want me to execute the agreement, then that also needs to be in your motion.
Then it should be, yeah. And is that in your motion?
That's in my motion.
And I agree, and I'll second.
All right, thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. That essentially captures the essence of item number 2 here, with the exception of the 5-bar clause, which I was pushing, and I'm glad to see that there's some compromise and reason here. I'm going back to the major issue. I guess the issue that many have subjected us tonight on the council to the process of bidding and procurement processing. So, Mr. City Manager or City Attorney Graham, I have questions regarding the process because Ms. Richard brings up process. I heard procurement, subliminal messaging on procurement and processing. The city affords, Municipal Code Section 3.04 allows for the council in full session to essentially conduct exclusive negotiated agreements at the council. Is that a fair assessment?
Okay, it's working now. You're correct. 304-010B3, which is part of the city's purchasing code, does allow the city council to accept itself from the purchasing requirements. The method we were looking at for this particular contract was piggybacking, which is where we can accept from our purchasing requirements of getting bids and selecting the lowest bidder and all that, bidders that have gone through a competitive process with another California government entity. So, for example, with 5 bars, we have a competitive process that they have been selected as the bidder for. That may or may not be present with one of these other bidders that is being selected. But as part of the motion, the council is authorizing the city manager to enter into these, to enter into a contract with another entity.
Well,
that would perhaps be under
yeah,
3,
no, I
which is
appreciate that.
authorized by the city council.
Yeah. Well, I want to spend some time here because there was a lot of hubbub on procurement, processing, and protocols, as some say here, that this is a piggybacking experience that we can certainly adjoin to the process afforded by 5 bars. Now, Mr. Engineer, I certainly appreciate ATS for being here. You just arrived here moments ago.
Yes.
We received your letter, sir, and we thank you for your are you still currently a vendor of the City of San Bernardino?
Well, we are, we're part of the bankruptcy, so we still have stuff that we received from the City of San Bernardino, but no, I don't think, we're not doing any consultancy work.
So we received your letter dated July 24th. I read it with a personal note there. John, please help. The idea that I have, Mr. Engineer, is great that you're interested in providing some type of proposal. Have you had any experience? Do you have experience in providing such resolution or ordinance or piggybacking experience as others entities in this process?
Yes, we do. We are currently working for several cities. We just won the bid proposal for the city of Palmdale.
Okay. Can you name the cities that you're working with currently on something similar to this?
Similar, Westlake Village, Palmdale. We just got finished with some work for the city of Mission Viejo, and we're talking to a couple other cities.
Okay. I'd like to remind the council that 5 Bar certainly has the experience of Sacramento and Fresno, large municipalities similar to the size of, well, I wouldn't say it's the size of our city. Sacramento certainly, I think, 500,000, but these are bigger cities that 5 Bars has the experience. I appreciate individuals who certainly write us, but the sense is, in my books, urgency. We need to act. We need to act fast. I think the provision here tonight provides the authority for the city manager to enact and move forward on that, and so I'll be supporting the substitute motion by Mr. Nickel. This, we need to get this done, folks. This is enough, and local control, we need to tell Sacramento that we have every right under the provisions of local control to enact our authority, and I think we need to have a bold face here. Thank you.
I did want to just touch on something, though, and I appreciate Councilmember Richard's comments. It is important that we develop, we talked a couple weeks ago about getting the right people in the right positions and then also creating the systems so that we can come to good decisions. And I actually am irritated that the state has now, again, put the city council in the position where you have to act quickly and you don't have a chance to go through a process. It does trouble me when I have council members say, I'm looking at an awful lot of information, I'm being asked to make a decision tonight, and my goal would always be to not put you in that position. The other thing, so I apologize for that, but I do think that the state has put us in a tough position on this one, and I think they're going to continue to do that. The other thing that I want to touch on, as we talk about municipal codes related to purchasing, we've had a very different financial experience recently, and I'm trying to refrain. I want us to stop focusing on the fact that we're emerging from bankruptcy because we have a lot of great things that are ahead of us, but we do have some experience in that regard, and as we look at some of those financial policies and procedures and internal controls and things, we are continuing to refine those to make sure that we have the best controls in place and have the most modern purchasing practices. So some of those will be coming back before you as we talk about our future steps to make sure that you have good information, good financial data, that we're using good procedures to get to good decisions. So, again, I appreciate you quoting the municipal code, but we will be revisiting those and potentially making some recommendations for changes that add further internal controls.
Mr. Engineering, could you pronounce your last name?
You did a very good job. Ingegneri. In Italian, it's Ingegneri.
And are you familiar with the Sacramento model that has been spoken about here?
We're familiar with the type of business model that Five Bars is doing because it's essentially what we do. We came in and did a wireless master plan for the city of San Bernardino as well as about 15 other cities, and it's the same type of thing, only newer technology, and we've been working with several cities on this same type of newer technology. We were the number 2 bidder in the city of Irvine who looked at us and said that we had the qualifications to handle their system there as well. So we're familiar with this. We're dealing with cities on these types of issues on a daily basis.
One of the provisions in the agreement with Five Bars was a 65-35 split with the requirement for a higher split if the city were to pay the $30,000 approximately to have that study completed. Is that something that is available potentially in an ATS agreement?
Our deal with the city of San Bernardino was a 25-75% split, 75% going to the city, and there was no cost to the city for our radio frequency engineering analysis that we performed for the last wireless master plan that we did. And that's typically what we propose for cities.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Valdivia.
Mr. Engineering, the 75-25%, so are you suggesting that you would conduct the radio survey as well, free of charge to the city?
Yes.
What's the projected cost on a survey such as our city?
I believe the cost that we did it for the last time we did it was about $75,000 to $80,000. That's a radio frequency engineering analysis, right. And that's actually going out there and doing drive tests throughout the city. So we had a very in-depth analysis that we did for your city and that we do for cities.
How long ago did you conduct the survey?
I'm going to say 2008, 2009, so it may be a little bit more expensive now.
And you would provide it free of charge?
It would be part of our proposal. Well, if you're going to put it out to bid, I guess I don't necessarily want to know if I want to tell a competitor what I'm doing.
These are questions we shouldn't be asking these two people.
I'm just piggybacking off the mayor, what his question, so respectfully, Mr. Charette.
Yes, in the proposals that in the agreements that we've done with other cities, our RF radio frequency analysis is part of the process that we do for just a percentage of the average percentage of the revenue from the cell sites.
Very good.
Thank you. No further questions? Please cast your votes. I think we understand the...
Give the city manager authority to negotiate with Five Bars LLC or go to an additional vendor, recognizing that time is of the essence, as long as the agreement is consistent with the business model already reviewed by the city council, as well as give her authority to execute the agreement.
Thank you.
And it was made by Mr. Nichol and seconded by Mr. Charette. Is that correct, Mr. Charette?
Yes,
I thought so. Okay, thank you.
yes, I agree with my colleague.
Please cast your vote.
Madam Clerk, I think we're having an issue with voting.
Okay, I will do a voice vote. For some reason, it's not. Mr. Valdivia? Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
And Ms. Marquez, I'm sorry. You've been so quiet. Thank you. I didn't see you, I do apologize. And Ms. Marquez, which makes the vote 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item 24. This is to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino authorizing the substantial amendment of the fiscal year 2016-17 annual action plan to add the Golden Apartments project and the execution of a loan agreement for the project.
Mayor, if I may, I sit on the board of HP1, which is a part of this organization, of the Housing Authority, and so I am going to excuse myself and recuse myself.
Thank you.
And you still have 4, and John should be back.
I'd like to move approve on this.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Councilman Nichol.
Oops. Yeah, I do have some questions. And after meeting with constituents, there were a number of concerns raised. Obviously, we've had a number of discussions about our long-term homeless strategy in the city and what we are doing to mitigate the number of homeless in the city. There are and there remain concerns that as we build more of these types of facilities that accommodate homeless individuals, that it does serve to attract more of those types of individuals to our community. It serves as a magnet to attract these types of individuals that seek services. So the question was raised to me, what, if any, limitations can be placed? My understanding on page 486, the agenda packet under the project description, I'm reading a couple sentences in. It says the city desires to invest $880,000 of home funds to assist the county in creating affordable housing solutions targeting homeless and low-income individuals, including veterans. Now, my understanding was this was going to be exclusively for veterans. Is that still the case or not? When I hear it, including veterans, it sounds to me that there's much more flexibility in terms of who would qualify for this type of housing. Can you clarify that for me?
We can. In terms of their target market, they are going to target veterans, but because there has been substantial effort to house homeless veterans, they've made substantial progress in that area, so they do plan that if this facility is approved, that they would target homeless veterans in San Bernardino, but they would make it available to anyone, because again, we're hopeful that we're getting close to being able to house the veterans that are in this region.
Okay. Page 487, the on-site service provider section. Based out of Santa Monica, California, and with a satellite office in San Bernardino, Step Up will provide on-site services to the residents of the proposed project. Step Up assists individuals experiencing mental health issues and helps them by providing permanent supportive housing, which will be this complex, vocational training and employment, and member-driven support programs and services to reduce harm, prevent relapse, and foster recovery. What happens if people fall out of this program?
We have representatives of Step Up here with us this evening, and if she wants to come up and assist in answering that question. But overall, they do have plans for what happens when people don't do well, and she's also got some great statistics in terms of how successful the programs have been. So with that, and I think you all remember she's been here in the past, we're working with her to actually contract for some additional services, so we have more street outreach assistance in San Bernardino. That contract will be coming before you in the next couple of weeks. So with that.
All right, so Mayor and Council, thank you for having me again. Again, I'm Kimberly Albers, the Vice President of Inland Empire Housing First Programs for Step Up. We are based in Santa Monica, but now I'm just celebrating my year anniversary here in the Inland Empire, and we've hired 30 staff. Have a large office on Arrowhead now, with over 600 years of residency here in the Inland Empire between those 30 staff, so we very much feel like a local provider. Super excited about this project, and just want to say, our retention rates consistently run in the 90% range for this type of housing project, and absolutely, because of the nature of the service dollars that come with it, with the full service partnership, or if we partner with a health entity, we are going to stay with them regardless of whether they stay in the unit. So our services would continue to either relocate them or continue to serve them.
Is there a residency requirement for the individuals that apply for these units? Do they have to prove that they were either born in San Bernardino, raised in San Bernardino? What requirements are placed on them to prove that they have some connection to this community?
Well, I think you're very fortunate. I think that Step Up is a county provider in that we have tenant-based rental assistance vouchers outside of the project-based vouchers that will be used for this, where if we locate someone who is homeless in Rialto or in Upland or in Yucaipa, we're able to place them in their community of origin. And so there's no sort of, the only option they have if they're connected to Step Up for services would be to be placed in San Bernardino. So I think there are, when my understanding, and I'm not an expert at this, so might defer to staff, but it's very difficult unless it's all city funding to put some sort of restriction on. I know the city of Santa Monica has been able to do that when it was exclusively city funding, but it is hard to actually implement a full residency requirement. But like I said, I think our hope is we are working these streets. We know that specific area around the Golden Apartments has plenty of people who are currently on the street that could occupy those units, so there'd be no reason to be looking for people from other communities to move them here.
Well, let me clarify. My
Okay.
concern is that this will serve as an attraction, and increasingly I've talked to homeless people and asked them how they've come here and why they've come here, and they come here because of services. They come here because of housing. And I, for one, cannot continue to support these types of projects. My constituents have made it very clear that we have to, and what I want to see is other cities around this region step up to take some of this burden. And increasingly, we're finding other cities are not approving these projects, and it troubles me. Just next door in Redlands, similar project has been rejected by the council. And part of me says that until other cities are willing to step up, we can no longer continue
let me bring back
to take this region's homeless as our burden. We have to draw the line somewhere. So tonight, I will be voting no on this item. Thank you.
So the Housing Authority, I think it might be important to note that we do have a project similar in the city of Victorville that's going through the process right now.
We'd like to ask the public to please respect those who are speaking.
I do think it's important, and Anthony could note, we do have a very similar project going through the city of Victorville right now for 26 units, and we currently have 131 tenant-based rental assistance vouchers, which mean the person actually gets to select the unit. So that I don't think in any way this particular project, because you're partnering with us, could serve as a magnet in that
I believe Victorville has the second highest per capita rate of homeless in the county as well. We have the first.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Valdivia.
Ms. Albers, just a second here. Got a follow-up question on a piggyback question regarding Mr. Nickel. He brings up a good point. You suggest that there's nothing within the authority or purview that you can require residency restriction. But beginning on page 535, your agreement, couldn't we codify something there in written language that would honor the requests of the council if, in fact, we were to order that within the agreement?
Because of some of the funding that the county is putting in, we can't require it, but I do think we've targeted those, and why don't you talk about the fact, you are targeting, and you've had some great success in housing San Bernardino people in these facilities and not using these as facilities that they can house people from other areas in. So they've honored the commitment that we've asked them to make previously, where they really do focus. Her office is here in San Bernardino, and so the outreach workers tend to have more contact with people in San Bernardino and then can house those people as opposed to bringing people into our community.
So this is a substantial amendment to home funds, CDBG funds.
Right.
And
we could do it as a percentage of what we're giving. We could say, given the fact that the city is contributing X percent of the total funds for this project, we'd like to see as a target that at least X percent of the facilities or the houses, units be used to house San Bernardino-based homeless people. But because we are giving such a small percentage of what the total cost is, we couldn't restrict anything more than what the percentage is that we're contributing. Because the county's contributing about $4 million or 3
well,
point
then
something.
it's dead on arrival, no. I mean, I that's fine, but no, I can't support it tonight. Thank you.
So again, I
Councilmember
do
Marquez.
anticipate that nearly all of the residents would be from the city of San Bernardino.
I do too.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Kimberly, good evening. Step Up has been a blessing to this county and to the city. I believe that you have been with, you've relocated a new office here in our city, and you've been at the helm October?
We started in October. I started in August.
How many homeless individuals have you housed at the county level and at the city level?
Yeah, so we've leased up 70 units since we started in October 3rd, which for 87 residents. 35 units were leased here in the city of San Bernardino, all people that were residing in the city prior to placement.
Great. And just share briefly what your best practices are and why you've been so successful as a result of that.
Again, we've been doing this work for about 30 years. We use evidence-based practices like housing first, harm reduction, motivational interviewing, critical time intervention that have proven very successful with those who've been on the street for a long time, who tend to have the biggest impact on the quality of life of the individuals in the area. And so having someone in housing far, increases their quality of life and the surrounding community than having somebody on the street corner.
Sure, and just I want to stress to the audience that they just don't drop off the homeless at the facility or the apartment. They're also there with supportive services to ensure that they are successful in their reintegration into the community.
Absolutely, and they're entering into a lease agreement. They're renting, they're renting the unit, and they're contributing rent as soon as they have income. We already have, like I said, of the 70 units we've leased, over half of those residents are already contributing to their rent. So we really believe this is a great model that improves your city. It takes people directly from, I believe will be exactly from that corridor and moves them into housing rather than on your street corners and your parks, which I know is a huge concern.
Thank you.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Ms. Albers, the Housing First model is basically, it's a long-term treatment facility. How long does an individual, in your estimation, stays under the treatment model that you've got?
It could be the length of tenancy if needed, and so they're consistently assessed, but they would always have certifications.
Can you come up with a ballpark average?
In Santa Monica, we average about depending on the project, because we have different populations that are going in. Some of those projects average about 6.9 years, some 4.5 years, and then some that are a little bit more able to, a higher functioning population when they go in, could be as low as like 3 years.
The point, and I think that's the point I'm trying to make, is that this isn't an overnight facility. It's not a magnet. You're into this treatment facility for years.
Well, they're entering into a long-term lease with the wraparound supportive services. Yeah.
I just can't imagine that you're going to get a lot of attraction for people to commit several years of their lives to a facility for treatment. You've got case managers for each individual?
So we call them service coordinators, but yes.
Okay, no.
And that includes
What do you want to call them?
a team that includes nurses, a psychiatrist, service coordinators, and rental assistants.
And this isn't your short-term homeless person. These are chronic homeless. These are people that have probably drug problems or mental problems or some sort of chemical dependency.
As well as potentially physical disabilities and chronic health conditions.
These are people that really need to have the assistance, and it's a lot cheaper to house them under a Housing First model than to have them just out on the streets for the public.
Yes.
Phil Mangano, and the literature I've read, is that, homeless person on the street, because of the excessive amount of health services they use in the clinical emergency rooms, the amount of time they're picked up on the streets by the police department and the runaround that they get with regard to that. From my point of view, this is a treatment facility. It's a health facility. It's not a homeless facility per se. It's to get people back into society. And again, to call this, a magnet, from my point of view, a several-year commitment to having a place to live, having I'll say a case manager, having the nursing and so forth. It's the cost, from some of the data I see, it's about $25,000 a year per person. And on the streets, you get homeless people up to about $80,000 or $90,000 a year. And so, from my point of view, the cost on society is tremendously. It's much lessened in the facility that we're talking about on Golden.
I think that Councilman makes a great point that once someone moves into the Golden Apartments, they will no longer be homeless. They will be permanently housed.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bouchard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm very familiar with this Housing First model. My concern with the city of San Bernardino, I know that Step Up has received the grant from the county and one of the biggest operators within the county. My question is, and my concern is, if this one housing project gets approved, how many more are there to come? I'm very concerned about the economic future of the city. We want businesses to come. And if we continue to house the homeless, now don't get me wrong, I believe that this is a good model, but we don't need to be overburdened with it, because when businesses come, we won't attract the type of businesses that we want to see in the city of San Bernardino over and over. I hear my residents talk about, they want San Bernardino back the way it was. We want San Bernardino to be back the way it was, but the businesses that we will attract because of the I won't say magnet, but the amount of people that we house in some of these if we're going to be overburdened with these. So my question and my concern is, here, this is one. How many more to come? Because I know that there's a lot of money to spend. San Bernardino has a lot of cheap land. San Bernardino has apartment complexes available. There's a lot of residents here that resist, and there's some that don't. But we have to think about everybody as a whole. Thank you.
Councilor Nickel.
Yeah, just a couple of clarifying questions. You stated that the priority would be to house individuals that are residing in San Bernardino. When you say residing, that means they're here now, or does that mean they have a history of being here? So when you say residing, does that mean you're just going to go around and find people? In other words, the issue I'm having is, how do we determine that these individuals in fact have roots in our city? I'm not against helping people that have roots in our city. The way I look at it as a resident, I think we have an obligation to help those people that are having trouble, that are from this community. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not interested in being in the business of taking on the burden of everybody else who's homeless in the region and coming here because we have good hearts. Believe me, I'm burdened by this. Believe me, I'm not saying that this is a bad idea. But what troubles me is the fact that other cities, and you stated Victorville, and I've heard similar things from residents in Victorville that are very concerned about the homeless. They have the second highest per capita. What I'm concerned about is, what about Rancho? What about Fontana? What about Ontario? Why aren't they stepping up and saying, hey, why don't we relieve some of this burden from you? Instead, what I see is they're resisting. I see actions like on the Redlands Council saying, we aren't going to do it. And until they step up, I'm saying we have to put our foot down. It's not that we don't want to be generous. It's not that we don't want to help individuals. But we have to say, look, we're all in this together. Sorry, Fontana, Rancho, Ontario, Redlands, you got to step up and help us, please. And we'll be a partner on this. Instead, what we're seeing is more and more of these projects are coming to us. We just approved a 110-unit facility not too long ago. It's going to house homeless male individuals. And all I see is that number increasing. And increasingly, I don't see other cities stepping up to the plate and saying, how can we help with this burden? Instead, I hear them saying, hey, thank goodness you're taking this burden away from us, and we can't do that anymore.
Would the city manager be comfortable going ahead and adding the language that council's requesting, and then we could go work through the coordinated entry system to try and implement that preference, as well as the residency requirement? I think in Santa Monica it is 2 years that we established. So anyone who would be going into this complex, we have to establish the link of their homelessness, and so we certainly could attempt to do what you're saying. Again, the reason I was cautious before is because, in other communities, those have had legal challenges. Obviously, we don't anticipate that here, so we could certainly take it out for a spin. And because of the money that you're contributing in the home funds, I think that because there are other housing resources that can serve these other communities, even within the step-up model, I think that there wouldn't be near as much trouble implementing through what we call the coordinated entry system. That's where the matches are happening, the preference that you're suggesting.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. The opportunity, if there is a sense of compromise here where Ms. Elbers is suggesting, Ms. City Manager, to modify the residency restriction language, I think we also need to modify about 2 years ago the point-in-time count rubric or algorithm that we somehow, I opposed it, but there was consensus here and it passed that there was a massive overhaul on the rubric and algorithm of entry of a homeless person here in our community. So if that is true, then we also need to amend the requirements or the checklist at the point in time count when we do that and conduct it in the winter of January of each year or so, right? It's usually January, February that we conduct it. So I can't somehow agree to this unless that when the point-in-time count checklist is also modified. So if you can agree to that, Andrea, then I'm all supportive.
Well, I just want to make sure, though, that I'm agreeing to something that I can actually accomplish for you. Because the point in time, I think there are two separate issues. We can certainly add language to the agreement, and I do feel comfortable. I've had now a number of meetings with Step Up, with Kim and Todd, trying to develop what is this model for San Bernardino, because we ultimately do have, unfortunately, and it is affecting the quality of life in the community, and it is affecting the quality of businesses that are coming here. So it's kind of a catch-22. We understand that too many facilities affect the type of businesses being attracted to wanting to be here, but they're also deciding not to be here because of the significant problems we currently have. So we can certainly add language and attempt to accomplish, I think, what the council was trying to accomplish a couple of years ago, where you established why does this person feel this connection with San Bernardino, and really establish, did you go to school here? Do you have family members here? We can accomplish that, and I have a comfort level that they've been trying to do that, and return those people to communities that they do have a connection with, because they tend to become healthier, faster, if they're in an environment that they feel comfortable with, that they have a connection with. So they are working to do that. The point-in-time count, though, is actually a statewide system, and there are actually standards that communities are provided. So I don't know that we can change it in terms of participating, because from a regional perspective, we do need to know what those numbers are, and we need to be able to compare apples to apples. So I don't know that we can have much of an impact on that system. That system is prescribed, I believe, through the state. how the point-in-time count is conducted.
I think one thing you could advocate for is adding a couple of questions about residency and into the point-in-time count to give you better data of who's. Are you trying to say who's being counted in the point-in-time count, who's actually from San Bernardino versus who?
Well,
is that the
my
point?
position, Ms. Elbers, is that while we have some agreement and consensus here that we want to modify the language here in item 24, the overriding issue that I'm concerned about is, okay, great that we capture it here, great that we modify and amend here, but we also need to go a step further, is what I'm suggesting, and amend and not be as lenient in the language of point-and-count surveying, so that there is not somehow this greater expectation that we will take the overload of the masses from the county here. I think my position, Ms. Miller, is that we modified it 2 years ago. We were encouraged to modify it. I say we push back on it and say, look, this is our terms and our standards, and we want additional security measures that somehow provide those residency restriction questions and surveys. So I don't see what's the big problem.
No, I think we can add to it, but they provide us the format so we can compare county-wide and compare to other counties what the count is. But I certainly think if we have our volunteers out there doing the point-of-time count, we can add language, add questions, so that we get a better understanding of what that data means to us.
Well, and so that it's not as lenient as what was agreed to 2 years ago.
Right.
With this a compromise, I can support it. I think the next point is that we really need to revisit the homelessness workshop. I think you need to understand, and probably during strategic workshop, I'll be pushing that you need to somehow understand and assess, because it seems as though, Ms. Miller, and it's maybe a mischaracterization on my part, but it seems as though you're almost suggesting that you've heard from the council that homelessness is a priority. So I think that's for a later discussion. But the idea is that strategic workshop, we need to talk about this, we need to entertain this, and we need to either fully engage as a council during a strategic workshop if, in fact, we want more home funding. But I can't support it. This will probably be my last time here on the support. We're thankful for compromise and consensus. I think that's the genius of a legislative policy happening in front. But we really need to grab a hold. I support what Ms. Richard is saying regarding, what next and how many more. And I think the residents of this community have spoken very clearly, very loudly to me. Valdivia, we're done. We're tired of the homeless. We're tired of them accosting us in the parking lots. And these are real complaints that I've heard. So some may mock, some may laugh. And that's okay. That's your right. But the better opportunity for us is to understand what constituents and taxpayers in this community are telling me. And to that end, I'm going to fight for them. Thank you.
Councilman Marquez. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just some final, are we done here? Just a couple of final comments. I'm probably the most involved with the homeless. I've been involved with the point-in-time count. I have to get up at 4 to be at work at 6. For the last 2 years, it's very labor-intensive. The form itself is from HUD. It's not a city form, but I'm sure we can probably...
We can add some.
We can modify it, yeah, and I'll make sure that it happens for 2018, because it's going to be every year now. Talking about the homeless, I've spoken to several of the homeless. A lot of them, the majority, live here. So there are people. It's not like we can all bus them to a different community. They've lived here before, and they just fell on hard times, and it's very unfortunate. Just to share with the audience, I was in Honolulu, Hawaii 2 weeks ago. You think we have it bad. It's 10 times worse over there, because they line up their tents on Waikiki Beach, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. They're gone by 6:10. They're on the right-of-way, they're begging for money, and you have a tourist destination. They have it real bad. To that state's credit, they are really getting a handle on it. So it's not unique to the city of San Bernardino or to the state of California. This is an epidemic, and as a policymaker, I will do what I can in my power to assist in getting somebody a house.
Councilman Mulvihill.
I really appreciate the comments that have been made to tighten up some of the language, and also the fact that there really needs to be shared responsibility among jurisdictions. But for the audience's edification, we're not here approving this project. The project has already been approved. The Golden Apartments are already been approved for Housing First. It was approved in June, in the June Planning Commission. What we're approving here is a transfer of $880,000, which needs to be expended by the 31st of August. We're not going to meet again before that date. And so the reality is, and that $880,000 is only 20% of the cost of this. And the county, again, whether that's absolutely critical for them, they've already got it approved, the project. And so I wanted to add that because it seems to me there's a misinterpretation whether, in fact, we're approving this project. It's already approved. And to change the number of units there from 20 into 38 and 39 and so forth. And again, I've mentioned before, it's a long-term care facility. And I appreciate, again, the language tightening up that the focus is on local individuals, and we certainly have enough local homeless. But again, this is for chronically ill people. Some of them are chronically ill. They're drug addicted. They have mental problems and so forth. They're people that don't belong on the street, and their opportunities are limited. And we have a moral responsibility, not for everyone. If somebody's just, as a life choice, is out there on the street, but if they're, again, mentally ill, a generation ago, these people would be in mental hospitals. A generation ago, we closed them all down as a budget-saving policy, all the states across. We don't have mental hospitals anymore, at least not in the same scale we used to have. There was several movies that came out, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest being one that exemplified what could take place. And a lot of do-gooders thought that, well, we should close them all down. The reality is there's some people that have assistance. The idea was to close them down, but to establish halfway houses or clinical facilities that we had drugs, lithium, among other things, that would essentially cure these people. But the point is, those clinics never came about in any consistent manner, and the point is that the drugs are not necessarily the kind of things that people would want to take all the time, unless they're in some sort of a controlled environment, which is what this is being provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, and just one last statement. And I appreciate all the comments, and I completely agree with Councilman Mulvihill. I think what we see in terms of the homeless epidemic, I think can draw its lineage back to perhaps some well-intentioned ideas about closing down mental facilities, but the reality is I think those individuals are actually worse off today being on the streets than they ever would have been in an institution where at least they could get, the help they needed. But nonetheless, I will be voting no on this tonight, but I will ask that as these projects come forward in the future, which I fully anticipate this will not be the last of this type of housing project, I will potentially reconsider these votes in the future, predicated upon a demonstration that there is a sufficient proportion of these types of housing units in other surrounding cities. And increasingly, I haven't seen that analysis. In fact, I've seen the complete opposite analysis, which is that we have a large disproportion of the total number of these types of units per capita in our city. And until I start seeing other cities step up, I'm going to have to say, I'm sorry, I completely understand the intention here, but we are in this together. They have to step up, and if I don't see a demonstration that they're willing to do that, I, for one, am not going to put a burden on our residents and our businesses that we will have the open hearts to accept these individuals. We have to put our foot down at some point. So I will start this evening, and if we can start demonstrating some numbers that show, in fact, there is some shared burden here, I may reconsider that in the future. But thank you. Thank you for your presentation tonight.
Councilmember Richard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I remember back when we had Phil Mangano was here, and he talked about taking this on the road, that he was going to talk to all the other cities about committing to their share, and they haven't done that. I don't know if he's gone out on the road. I don't know if the road show took place, but what I do know is that nobody else is stepping up, and I'm going to agree with Council Member Nickel. I'm going to have to vote no on this tonight. I want to help, but I want to see that these people are actually people that are from San Bernardino. Now, working for the county, I do know that there's a lot of people out there, and if they don't have an address to receive their mail, they can use a TAD office address, a post office address, or those type of things to establish residency. So we want to make sure these are not the people that we're spending our city money on, because we have our own people to take care of. So I think that if something else could come forward to where we can see something, where we know that we're taking care of our own, then I don't have no problem with a few of them in the city. But I think that because I know this, I know how people can establish residency within our city, within our county, we need to make a change with that, and we need to figure out how, or like he said, to show us something that's going to let us know and let us feel comfortable about saying this is what we're going to do for our city residents. A veteran, I'm okay with that, because veterans, they've been, shipped around, and who knows where they were when they got out of the military. But with all of our other people, we need to make sure we service our own people and let the other cities service theirs.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Keep in mind, if by voting against this, the $880,000 will not be used locally, it'll be going back to D.C. I'm sure Mr. Carson will have another place to put this money. But the reality is that the money will be lost after August 31st. And that's all we're voting on tonight. This facility will likely still go ahead. And the point is if with the funds, we at least have a little bit of leverage to get what you wanted to have done, that we have gone through the process, and we've presented them with issues that really we want to have addressed, that there needs to be shared responsibility among jurisdictions across the Inland Empire.
And just to add on to that, that gives you the chance to say we want, given the fact that we are making a contribution to this, we want to see that we are focused on housing, because there are a lot of homeless people right in and around where this facility has already been approved. And I think that gives us the leverage to say we want our housing, our residents housed first, people that really, truly have a connection here. And the other thing, I do agree, I will ask Phil to give you an update, because I do know he has had, only because I've heard from some other city managers, that he's been out talking to councils about the shared responsibility that this county, all the cities in this county, and for that matter in all the other counties have in this state, and ask him to send an update that we can then submit to the council. I would also encourage that there is a value in maybe asking the mayor's office to send a letter to all the other mayors in the county, and maybe we need to host a meeting of all the mayors in the county of San Bernardino and be willing to do that with the county as a whole, and express our concerns, and be armed at that meeting with a list of all the facilities that have been approved and numbers of units, with some analysis, so we can say this is what other cities are doing, this is what we're doing. How are you going to step up and assist in this very regional and statewide problem?
Councilmember Richard.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. August the 31st is the deadline, but we've called special meetings for a whole lot of other things. And I think that if we can call a special meeting, if we can get some of these concerns addressed, then we can do it before August the 31st. I will make myself available. But I think that all of these things need to be addressed. So instead of saying that we're just going to return the money and we have to vote tonight because of it, that's not necessarily true. We can call a special meeting for it.
Councilmember Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. The opportunity certainly exists, and I would encourage our mayor to take that leadership role, that we need to send a strong signal to our community and our county. And I appreciate every other city council and all the other 23 cities, their role. But this is a great leadership opportunity for our mayor to insist that we put a stop to it, that there's no vacancy sign here on build-outs for this type of operation. I've been impacted by this. My district hasn't been impacted. I voted no against it. This is certainly, the calls for service are concerning to many in the district that's already been impacted with a fire station brownout. My question back to Diane or Ms. City Manager is the idea of the funds expiring by August 31st. So let's tackle that. So the $800,000, walk me through on how did we receive it. I know how we received it, but for our viewing audience, would you tell us, please, how we were allocated that money and what portion and the ramifications of not approving it by August 31st. In fact, does the money go back to D.C.?
This is correct. The $880,000 that we're looking to commit to this activity are pre-2015 dollars when we were a home recipient of those dollars. So these monies were committed to other activities. These are unspent monies from committed activities, and what we are doing is we're taking whatever is left over and turning it over into a project. And it is true, if we do not use these monies by August 31st, they'll go back to the government.
The other money spent pre-2015, they were essentially approved by the council.
Yes, they were.
In former meetings and whatnot.
Yes, they were.
What do we know why the projects were never? Was it just unspent money, unallocated money from previous years?
No, they were allocated. They were just unspent. Most of those funds were used to do residential rehabilitation activities.
Okay, brings up a great opportunity for our city manager. I think we need a spend ratio of completion, very similar to what you and I have talked on Public Works, that it needs to meet a threshold of completion so that public, or the CDBG funds and all the subsidiary funds have a spend metric and a goal to be spent. Otherwise, we're going to have this problem continuing.
Oh, we agree. And remember, this was several years ago. So
Sure,
now
I
the
understand.
reports that you're seeing, we are providing that information to you. So as you look at annual plans and for proposing future annual plans, you'll actually see what was accomplished in the prior year and then periodically throughout the year, so you know where we are in terms of our spending program.
Well, and a strong directive verbally from your department saying, hey, we need to get stuff done,
Oh,
and we need to
absolutely.
spend this money.
Absolutely.
Now, the $800,000, how did we get the money? So walk us through on how we received the money and what's our normal allocation of home funds per year, and what's the percentage of our total CDBG on home funds?
Okay. Prior to 2015, the city was a direct recipient of home dollars. Since that time, we have joined the county, and we're part of the San Bernardino County
Consortium.
Home Consortium.
Yes.
So we no longer get those dollars. Those dollars go automatically to the county to do affordable housing development. Come hopefully 2018, we have applied to receive our home, or have our home dollars returned to us.
Okay, good.
So we will be more in control of those dollars.
Wonderful.
Now, as far as it relates to CDBG, they're not really related. CDBG is a separate funding source. Home is dedicated solely to creating affordable housing, and it's a separate pot of money from HUD.
Okay. Somehow, I think maybe in past practice, we've always combined, for whatever reason, for our discussion. home funds have always been part of this CDBG workshop or committee workshops. So, good point to know. It's just past practice. I'm not saying it's a good practice. I'm just saying that's my observation. The consortium then lapses fiscal year June of 2018, so June 30th,
Yes.
we're done
Yes.
with the county on the consortium.
And they've been notified of that, so
Okay.
they're aware that we've requested to receive our funds directly.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Regarding the $880,000, in order to be able to preserve the right to be able to use those in the city, we would need some other program that this could be spent on.
Yes.
And is there any other program that could be brought forward to the council between now and a special meeting?
It would have to be expended. The key here is that those dollars have to be expended by August 31st. This is the project that we have that is closest to being completed, because these dollars would be used for acquisition costs. So that would help us meet our goal. As far as other activities, we do have residential rehab programs that we could put this money toward, but we will not meet that deadline.
And part of the reason why you're seeing this in the form of a loan for specifically for acquisition is because we know that they will be able to have that done by August 31st. That's why we didn't put the money towards construction or anything of that nature, or even programming, because we knew that was going to be a later completion date.
And the eventuality is that these funds get repaid through the residual rents?
Yes, it certainly will not be dollar for dollar, but, because of the way it's structured, it is to provide a service. But any monies that are returned to the city would then be used for future housing projects, so other council priorities.
Also, I think it's important to note that the efforts the city has been putting forth in addressing the homeless problem has been showing some positive results. In 2013, the city's point-in-time count was 908. In 2017, the point-in-time count was 491. The city has reduced its homeless population, according to the point-in-time count, by 46%. And some of those efforts that have been put forward in the past, I believe, have had some positive impact in helping to reduce some of that. The issue before the council now is, once again, another tough decision. The council has been very willing and able, I think, to make those tough decisions that help the city to move forward. And currently, this is before you at this time. And so we have no other questions at this time. Yes, do we have a motion to move?
Well, we have, but I'd just like to underline what you say, is the fact that this loan will be, to some degree, repaid to us, which then we can use in the future for our own purposes. If we don't spend it by the 31st of August, we lose it entirely. Now, Councilwoman Richard said if we have a meeting of some sort, can we have, between now and the 31st, to make this decision? Is that going to happen?
Well, I guess part of the question is what additional information is going to make a difference in terms of the decision that isn't already before the council now?
I wanted, again, clarification, the fact that, again, from my point of view, we lose $880,000 forever.
Well, and part of the reason for the question of any other project was there isn't any other project at this time that the city could take advantage of in order to be able to expend those monies.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the wanting to get that additional information. Certainly, it is something that we want to know from Gano, and I think that's certainly pertinent and relevant to the long-term discussion. But in terms of this discussion, even if he hasn't done that, the city would still be in the same position today of having to make that determination. So.
Thank you, I appreciate that, but what we were talking about is adding stuff to the language. Instead of approving this the way it is, it just takes a little time to add those things to the language, so that way we feel more comfortable with the fact that we are serving our own. It's not just Mangano's visit and what he did, that surely is a part of it. But once again, like I said, we've called special meetings for things less than this. So I would say that because some of us are more concerned about these things, they should not just be not taken seriously, or saying, okay, well, if we don't do this by August the 31st, then the money goes away. I think that what I suggested is that we have a meeting before August the 31st, so we can address these things, and these things can go on record and a part of the language in this contract. So I think that in order for us to be unified and for some of us to feel comfortable, then we need to be able to bend a little bit and say, okay, well, let's get together and let's do this. And let's do this for the betterment of the city, so that way we up here that maybe don't feel so comfortable can feel comfortable about it, because I'm surely willing to help the homeless, but I want to help those that are from the city of San Bernardino, and not those who just acquired residency through coming and applying through a program.
I think it's necessary, though, to be able to give direction to the city manager as to what that language is, and some of it I think you've already discussed. So what are some of the other additional items that you think should be included in that, so that if we're going to have a special meeting, we need to be well prepared so that when they come back, that they have that information, and the potential adoption of some additional language. So I think this is the time now to make those requests. So some of what you've already heard, I think, Step Up and Second and is willing to include in the language to show the preference related to City of San Bernardino residents being the ones that are the preferred residents of this project. So that's language I think they're already willing to incorporate. Is that correct?
Sorry, if I could just, good evening, my name is Anthony Perez. I'm the Executive Director of Housing Partners One. We're the nonprofit affiliate of the Housing Authority. We just completed a project in the city of Yucaipa, a brand-new senior development, 50 units, and 10 of those were MHSA units reserved for the Mental Health Service Act. City of Yucaipa had the exact same concern. The funding source didn't allow us to put a strict residency requirement in there, but we did make the agreement with in the agreement that we would reach out and work with the outreach teams to make sure that we at least had the outreach team talk to every single resident that was from there. They may not want to come into the development, and out of 10 units, we got 4 that did want to come in. So we would honor that same situation here. Again, it's federal dollars, so we can't put that strict restriction on there, but we can absolutely put language in that our outreach teams are designed to go out and only look at the individuals that are here in San Bernardino. So we're not asking them to go to Colton or Rialto or bring anybody else over here, but at the same time, try to have knowledge about that residency. So I totally agree with that.
Thank you. And so, Councilor Mayor, what other concerns that you have that you'd like to have considered?
Well, it wasn't just my concerns. I think that there were other council members that sat up here and they had other concerns also. Mine mainly was the residency, and surely if you cannot put the language in, it can definitely be a part of a best practice. Yes. Your best practice is that you are looking for people that have some kind of history within the city of San Bernardino, and not just somebody who arrived here
In
through
fact,
a program.
we actually have an outreach plan, and so we can add that to the outreach plan. In other words, we're not going out and doing it freestyle. There's an outreach plan, and we'll make sure that language is in there. Yes, sir.
Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, and I would like to see the actual number of permanent supportive housing units in other areas of the county. I'd like to see it broken down by city. I want to see how many of those units exist in surrounding cities and have a basis of comparing the burden that we have versus the burden that's being shared elsewhere.
Councilman Nichol, would it be a benefit if I mapped the 35, not necessarily the physical, like where they're located, but the 35 units that we've leased up in the city of San Bernardino, if we gave a brief history of those 35 residents and sort of like where they went to high school? I mean, would that help you see
well,
that's
no,
that's
I'm
happening?
actually more interested in understanding the shared burden, how this is being
Okay.
distributed
I just
elsewhere in the county. I want to see those numbers. I want to see the distribution.
Councilman Valdivia.
Mr. Mayor, I think, since you're polling us what we would like to see in there, I think if there's no objection, we would like to get a letter from your office, a stand-up moment for us to say, hey, you know what, worded accurately to reflect the wishes of the new council here, that we would like to say to the county that we're done. Thank you very much, but we need to certainly send a letter to other mayors that we're not in the business of just catering to the many, many populations of homelessness. Are you willing to do that?
Well, I certainly think that engaging the other mayors is a good step. And I think that the letter should be to the mayors. But I heard you say the county, so I'm not quite sure, because I think the county is not necessarily where you're trying to get some consensus, because you want the other mayors to take on that burden.
Absolutely.
So that's what I want to understand.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Because that's really where the effort needs to be placed.
That's fine, that's
Right.
fine.
Yeah.
If you could put a draft copy of the letter in this agreement, and then call for a special council meeting, I think you might have support here.
So we had a motion, and do we have a substitute motion now? And what is that substitute motion that you're making?
So I'd like to move to continue this to a specially called meeting with those 3 points that the aforementioned council members have placed, and with that language and verbiage in a letter included from the mayor's office, to consider this entire package at the specially called council meeting.
I will second that motion.
All right, and so the and I'd like to recommend the 22nd, Tuesday the 22nd.
I won't be here, Mayor. I will be back on Wednesday.
I'm not available on the 23rd. I'm available that week on the 22nd. The 28th is getting pretty close. I think that if we want to push this, you want to get that information, that language, I think there's time to be able to do that by the 22nd.
How long would it take to get the information?
Well, we will, and please do not hesitate to tell me I'm crazy. I think we actually can draft the language very quickly. We can draft the language for the mayor's letter very quickly. The list of units in other cities may take us just a couple of days to get, because we will need to make sure that it's accurate. I want to double check that. But I think we have some good partners with Step Up and others that can assist in identifying those units, and I think the county probably maintains. Good. So I think we can engage the County Office of Homeless Services to help us with that. We just want to double check it. And then I have to believe that Phil Mangano, because I do want to add to the task list you gave to me, an update from Phil Mangano, because I do think that's important. He committed that he was going to be doing that. I think that will give you a sense of what response the letter from the mayor might have, too. So I think we can do all that within just a couple of days. So we could be prepared for a special meeting.
And I can do a special meeting later in the evening.
Yes. On what day?
On the 21st.
21st?
On Monday.
Are you talking the 22nd or 21st?
Huh?
You're talking about the 21st or 22nd?
Well, he's not available on the 21st or the 22nd, so it won't make any difference, so.
So you're saying 21st?
I could do the 21st at 6 o'clock.
I should be able to do it. And if
Is
we
that-
can't, then I'll tell you, then I'll email you and say.
That's fine for me.
Yeah.
All right. All right, so we'll,
Mayor, if I can
Yes.
just state, it doesn't have to be a special meeting if you adjourn today's meeting to the date that you're all deciding
Okay.
on. So it would just be a
so
regular
when we adjourn the
adjourned
meeting
meeting.
night, it'll be adjourned
To
to
whatever
August the
date.
21st at
Right.
6 p.m.
Correct.
Okay.
6 p.m.
So we don't need to include that in this
No.
motion that you're talking
No.
about? Okay. All right, any other discussion?
And
Is
then
it, are we clear on the motion?
Well, what Mr. Mayor, point of order, sir. Just that Ms. City Clerk Hannah recognizes that the verbiage probably should be changed to a regularly called meeting, moved to the August 21st meeting.
Right, you could just state that the item be continued to the 8/21, continue to 8/21 at 6 p.m.
All right.
Have the maker of that as Mr. Valdivia and the seconder as Mr. Nichol. And it is what appears on your screen. I changed
Oh, great.
the...
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? No, please cast your votes.
On the motion to move this meeting to 8:21, the motion was made by Mr. Valdivia, it was seconded by Mr. Nichol, and it passed 4-0 with Mr. Charette abstaining and Mr. Barrios absent. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4?
There are 5 here, I count.
I'm sorry, it is 5-0. There was a yes from Ms. Marquez. The size of my screen has changed. I'm sorry, Virginia.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the council's dialogue and input on this very important issue. Next is item 25, adopt a resolution. We'll invite Councilmember Charette to return to the dais. Adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino approving an amendment to the Theater Square strategic plan for the Regal Cinemas and California Theater site located at the northwest corner of 4th and E Street. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, on February 8th, you adopted a specific plan for the strategic plan for the Theater Square. Over the last several weeks, we've been continuing to meet with the master developer that was selected by the city, AECOM, and John Franson. We've made significant progress on the project as a whole, which really involves both the Theater Square project as well as the Carousel Mall site. In our discussions, though, with the master developer, we've realized that there's probably some things that we can do to make the Theater Square site more valuable, because remember, ultimately our goal is to sell that and use the value of that to facilitate the development and ultimate development and redevelopment of the Carousel Mall site. So we're here this evening to request that you adopt an amendment to that strategic plan. We will come before you in the next couple of weeks to give a full update on where we all are with the Theater Square project, the Carousel Mall project. But again, we wanted to take this action now because we have some interest on that site, and it's important that we have concurrence about what the next steps are for that site. So Mark's going to walk through the proposed strategic plan changes, and again, keeping in mind that we will come back to you at a later date within the next couple of months at the very latest to give you an update on that project as a whole. Mark?
Yes, thank you. I actually have.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, City Manager and council members. Tonight, I just have a short presentation. Some of this you saw when the original strategic plan was approved, as Andrea noted back in February. Again, the vision is to redevelop the downtown through the demolition of the Carousel Mall and the added retail and restaurant space around Theater Square. Every successful city has a successful downtown. Successful downtown, and in order for us to be successful, we need a successful downtown as well. The project started out, an exclusive negotiating agreement was approved back in November of 2015 and then amended in August of 2016. So we have been working with our joint venture partners, AECOM and John Franson, since that time. We've made very significant progress. We're very happy to be here tonight. And the council in February of this year approved the added development of 25,000 square feet of new restaurant and retail space in front of the Regal Theater, and then there's some empty theater spaces actually at the front of the building itself. We're here tonight to ask that that be increased to 33,000 square feet. We've really, over the last couple of months, looked very carefully at the site plan, and there are some opportunities to get some additional retail space. Here's an aerial view. The primary spaces that we're talking about for the new space are, again, as you can see on the plan here, areas called out as A and F, which are kind of the two grass pads out front, and then the spaces that you see in gray are the former movie theater spaces that can easily be converted. What we're hoping to add tonight with the City Council's approval are the two spaces at the back along 5th Street. there's an opportunity really to activate Fifth Street. I think for people that have been to the Regal Theater site, they understand that you can access the property from Fifth Street. But I think a lot of people travel Fifth Street east-west on a daily basis and never know there's a theater there. So by putting more retail space and restaurant space on Fifth Street, we're not compromising the site plan. We're actually better utilizing the site and fully activating the theater. So that's really why we're here this evening, and we think that this does make a lot of sense. When the council approved this in February, there were design guidelines that were also attached to that. I'll quickly go through some of them. What we're really looking for is the new buildings to be compatible with the historic architecture that we have in downtown, recognizing the California Theater building, Woolworths, the former Woolworths building on the south side of the street, and through appropriate design guidelines, there's certainly a way to do that, and really to make the entire site and the entire project sustainable. Utilizing hardscape and landscape again to create active areas where people want to gather and really seek opportunities that foster human interaction. You know, we are social animals, and I think people are always looking for a place to go socialize, and this can certainly be that location. The added 33,000 square feet of retail space, we are in the process, or we'll be coming back at your next meeting to retain a commercial broker to help sell the properties. We are estimating at this point will generate $10 to $12 million in net proceeds, and those proceeds will be used to demolish the mall. Kind of the next steps, and the city manager touched on this a little bit at the beginning, hiring a commercial broker. We'll have an item, a contract, back to the council at your September 6th meeting. There's also been some previous discussions that we've had on a land exchange with the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. They own some property in the middle of the site, and we'll be coming back with a land exchange agreement on September 20th. And then there's a number of steps going forward, and we hope to have a comprehensive update later this fall or early winter, where we can really bring the council and the community up to date on where we are. So with that, I'm able to answer any questions, and we are looking for city council approval of the resolution.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Yes, Mr. Persico. I guess I'm concerned about having some sort of a market analysis. Is there going to be demand for the retail space and for the food space? I mean, right now, very few people live downtown. And so I guess it's one thing to say, you know, we'll get these pads available for, I'm not quite sure what kind of retail you're thinking of, the possibility. What kind of retail, non-food?
Well, we have actually, as part of the process over the last 2 years, we've been meeting with potential retailers and potential restaurateurs. You are correct that there's not currently a lot of people living in the downtown, but on the mall site itself, that will be converted to a mixed-use property.
But there's a time gap.
There is a time gap. What's going to initially activate the site is the theater. I think many people have heard me say that the Regal Theater is currently generating about 700,000 moviegoers a year. So those theaters are very, very active. And what you can't do if you go to a movie at the Regal is have something to eat before or afterwards. So there is, to answer your question, Councilmember Mulvihill, there is a large customer base there currently, and those retailers and restaurateurs would just be providing added services.
I guess
we have tested the market, and there is very, very strong support for this space.
Okay. I guess because we've had several small restaurants along East Street, south of the Theater Square area, and also the Heritage Building that had Carlos O'Brien's that, you know, opened and closed a number of times.
Right.
There's been several restaurants that have opened and closed simply because there's not the demand. I don't see, has something changed since that time?
Well, I think what has changed, the Regal opened in 2012, so Carlos O'Brien's was closed.
Before that, yeah.
Well before that.
Okay.
Some of those smaller restaurants, and I wasn't here at the time, but some of those smaller restaurants that were further south on East Street may have closed also before 2012, before Regal opened. So when Regal took over, Regal is a national theater operator, and they are one of the best operators. They put significant upgrades into the theater, and they're actually currently looking at making more upgrades to the theater because the theater market is constantly evolving. There's the Harkins, which opened about 6 months ago in the city of Redlands, actually in the Donut Hole, not in the city. Excuse me, I lost my train of thought there. Regal is constantly reinvesting in the property, and I think that's really what's changed since Regal took that over in 2012. Many of those restaurants I think that you're talking about may have closed prior to the Regal opening. So I think that's the biggest change.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, and as somebody that works downtown, a lot of my colleagues, in fact, we had a conversation about this today. People were saying, wouldn't it be great if we had some good quality eating establishments downtown? Not to say that the ones that are here aren't good quality, but the idea is that the people want to have some more choice, more selection, more variety.
Correct.
And I think a development of this caliber, I think, really starts to set a new tone for our downtown. I'm very excited about this and very much appreciate you adding this additional element. I think I think one of the things we have downtown right now is sort of a dearth of parking, and so I think certainly putting a higher, better use to those sites by adding more of these high-quality units that I fully believe will be occupied. We have a good market downtown, certainly for our lunch crowd.
Yes.
And so, but continually I hear my colleagues at the county saying, wouldn't it be nice if we had something of the caliber of some of the restaurants we have on hospitality here downtown? And I think now we have an opportunity to do this. So I'd like to move that we approve the resolution, and thank you for the presentation.
Councilmember Richard.
And I just had a comment. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mayor. I just recently returned from a trip from D.C., and just walking around and looking at D.C. and a lot of how the area has changed. I have two nieces that graduated from Howard University, and of course they gave me that tour, but they said that it wasn't like this when we graduated. They gentrified the area, and they made that area so youthful. They have so many different ideas. It's not just a restaurant sitting there. It's combined with things that young adults like to do. And I think that we need to start looking at that as a city. It's not about us. It's not about what our parents want to do. We have to start focusing on our young adults because they're the ones that are going to be out here. We participated in a video. We watched a video today put together by the County Economic Development Department. And just watching that video, if we could see San Bernardino come back like something like that, and especially this theater square, come back and we can start attracting people back to the downtown San Bernardino. So I appreciate this. Thank you. And I just say that, we got to look for things that young adults like to do, young adults like me. Just kidding. But the things that young adults like to do.
Yeah, there is you're both correct, council members. There is a huge daytime population. There's 12,000 government employees between the state office building, the county hall of administration, the DA's office recently moved back here. There's the school district headquarters. There's the county board of education. So when you start thinking about all of the state, county, federal offices that are here, there's an enormous daytime population. And we are the county seat. We're the historic downtown, and I think the opportunity is right for us to reclaim our importance in the county. And this project will definitely do that.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, obviously, I'm extremely supportive of this, but I do have a specific question, Mark. Can you briefly discuss the boundaries of the business improvement district that is going to be proposed down the road?
Sure. That is a process that we're really just starting on. So a business improvement district, what that does is it allows the existing businesses and/or property owners within the defined boundary to basically pay an assessment, similar to those people who live in a homeowners association.
Right.
And those assessment fees go to pay for landscape maintenance, security, marketing, advertising. Many downtowns across the nation have business improvement districts. So to answer your question, Council Marquez, we don't know the exact boundaries. That is something that the development team, the city manager, myself, and the consultants that we're working with are working to define that. It will definitely include the Carousel Mall site, will include the properties immediately south, north, and east of this. So you want to pick up all of the edges. How far we go beyond that in those three directions is something that we really need to figure out. We'll probably have a bid discussion with the council sometime late next year is when we're anticipating really starting that discussion.
To pick it up?
Yes, yes.
That is the number one question. When is downtown going to be revitalized? And I said it's a work in progress. Most people don't understand it's a complicated process because there's so many moving parts. And I tell them that we're working on it, and I also let them know that we have two facilities that are not city-owned, which include Harris's and the Andresian Building.
Correct.
But everything else is going to be demoed, and I'd like to be the first one with a jackhammer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to, first off, let's talk cost. There's no cost here, or is there? Because I can't find a cost associated with your ask tonight.
There is no cost to the city for this. This has been the partnership that we are undertaking or have been undertaking with AECOM and Franson has been a great partnership. Beyond staff time, the city managers, myself, and several other staff members, there are no direct costs. The development team, the joint venture developer, they get paid a completion fee, and that was put in the development services agreement when the city council approved that development services agreement. So they are paid a percentage of the sale price of the property.
Okay, very good. I want to read from packet page 596 some of the main milestones in our agreement with AECOM and Franson. November 2nd, 2015, we approved ENA with AECOM. On August 15 of 2016, they came back and asked for a First Amendment to that ENA. Then on February 8th of 2017, they asked for a strategic plan. So what I'm getting at is I think while I can appreciate, I agree, Virginia, many of our constituents just sometimes fail to kind of recognize the mammoth undergoing here. This is complex, and I appreciate that. I appreciate our staff. I appreciate AECOM and Franson, and certainly we need the technical expertise. My motivating driving factor here tonight on this point is we need to certainly, I think, get constant flow of information from AECOM and Franson. I think it's not as readily available, and I know that we don't get workshops on it or updates, but I think that's improving with your communication style. We hope that we get more information from a council perspective on what exactly, how we're progressing, how we're moving. I think we need to move the ball sooner versus later. The idea is that I have heard that we have been working on this downtown plan for 25 years. And residents, well, I totally, I'm on their side. I think their patience is waning. And we have missed real estate cycles after real estate cycles after real estate cycles. And we need to make sure that we are very proactively engaged with AECOM and Franson, and that they really understand the passion and the understanding that we need to get this going, and that the next cyclical bubble, if it passes, I'm sorry, but you're fired, because we cannot afford just a continuance of more money and more consulting fees. I can't support that. So somehow reassure us.
Well, on a very good note, with the way this agreement is structured, they don't actually get anything, so they're motivated to try. Well, they aren't being paid by us.
Well, but are they paying? Are they when we initiated? I might remind you, they were paying $10,000 a month, and I think it stopped at month 6. Unless they're continuing to pay,
But
are they still paying?
Yeah, and we are not paying them anything. So remember, they don't actually get paid by us until we close a transaction. So to their credit, we are meeting with them every other week now, and so I do think you're going to see a change in the flow of information to you. We have several things that will be coming back to you in the coming months. You saw some of them on the next steps, but they have agreed that they need to come back to the council every other month or so and give some kind of an update. So there'll be public presentations, but also we are going to start providing more information to you so that you actually have a sense of what we're currently working on and what the next kind of steps will be.
Just maybe provide us offline or provide me, because I understand that second or third, I asked that question or looked into the payment process, and they failed to make payments. So if you could maybe research that offline and get back to us. But I want to make sure that agreement and a handshake is an agreement.
Yes.
And if that they provided some type of deposit or a good faith interest payment, are they good on the payment? Have they made and fulfilled their obligation to pay us? And I think that the incentive for them is, well, we want to stop paying. Well, great. Get to work and get this job done.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
On item 25, the motion was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Charette, and it passed 6-0 with Mr. Barrios absent.
Thank you. Next is item 26. Adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council authorizing the acceptance by the city of Fire Station Number 221 located at 200 East 3rd Street from the successor agency to the city of San Bernardino, and adopt a resolution of the mayor, city council acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of San Bernardino, authorizing the transfer of Fire Station 221 located at 200 East 3rd Street to the city of San Bernardino and approving certain related actions.
This is an oversight. It should have been transferred a long time ago. We realized that it had not been, so we're here before you this evening to request that you adopt the resolutions, both as the city and as the successor agency, making the transfer that we really agreed to
Move for
some
approval.
time ago.
No further discussions. Please cast your votes.
On item 26, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, and the second, Mr. Nichol, although I know several people put it in, and it passed 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item 27. 27 is to adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council approving the second amendment to agreement with Capital Protection for security services for the Theater Square site and approving certain related actions.
This, Mayor, members of the council, is related to the Theater Square Strategic Plan site discussion that you previously had. As you're aware, as we move through the process, we are in the final stages of closing the Carousel Mall. We also have an obligation with Regal to provide security services in that area. Steve Duquette is here this evening to answer any questions that you have. But again, this is part of our security plan. We have an obligation under that Regal lease to continue to provide this. Typically, we would have wanted to go out to bid with the security services, but given the fact that we're hopeful that we're going to be able to actually transfer title to that fairly quickly, we're recommending that you can extend their agreement and then allow the new buyer to go through a process.
Wait a
Yep.
minute, Andrea, we're not going to bed?
No.
Oh, okay.
And we're not.
Further discussion?
An extension.
Councilman
Given the
Nicole.
circumstances, though,
Well, and I would just like to say, I've had personal engagement with the security there. They are extremely
Yes.
professional. I've been very impressed with the quality of the service they provide, so I have no problem supporting this whatsoever.
and I would note, they are providing now, remember, this is the same company that's providing services here at our City Hall, 201. So again, we feel comfortable with them. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. I was thinking it was Platinum. They're very good, too, though. We like them, too. I like Capital, too. They're very helpful. Sorry. I like all of them.
The results?
On item 27, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Ms. Marquez, and it passed 6-0 with Mr. Barrios absent.
Thank you. We'll now move to public comments for items not on the agenda. First public comment is by Aaron Mendoza. You come forward.
No, my issues aren't specific to the agenda.
That's what this is.
That's what this time is for. Please turn the mic on. Sir, please turn the mic on. Thank you.
Okay, I'm representing Verdamont Association well, not association, but us and the neighbors from Ward 5. Can you guys stand up, please? Show your support here, everybody. Yeah. We're here to address some issues. We spoke to Councilman Nickel on Monday night. The issues we're talking about are the increased homeless problem, with aggressive panhandling, the drug deals that some people have been witnessing, the crime, home burglaries, car theft, mailbox theft, anemic retail development. There's a lot of retail that we have, for example, in New Kendall Plaza that's just completely empty. We also want more in our area, but sufficient, the correct kind of retail, not pot shops or 99-cent stores, nothing like that. Street light repair, retail lights in the plazas that aren't being fixed. There's a lot of pothole issues. I personally have gone through 4 tires and about $1,000 of repairs that I never got back from the city. And there's a lot of illegal dumping that's also going on in our area. That's recently one of our neighbors was there was a fire right near her house. Was it yesterday? Saturday. They came really close because of a lot of the dumping that was there. Outside of these issues, I can personally tell you that if you're going to do something in downtown, please do it correctly. Whatever type of revitalization you're going to do, bringing in restaurants, tearing the mall down, make this housing something where it's going to bring in the right kind of element. Don't just recycle the same people. I mean, if San Bernardino is going to improve itself like downtown LA has done in other cities, like Redlands has done with the Citrus Plaza, make it a place we all want to spend our money. None of us spend our money in San Bernardino. Sadly, we don't like going to the retail locations because of all the problems. Even yesterday I was there and we saw these people that were high on drugs. I tried calling the gas station. They never answered their phone, so I called PD and reported it. They probably eventually got there, but we would like to see more funds allocated to crime prevention and making our area better and bring our home values up so we don't have to move. Do you have any questions for me?
Appreciate your comments. Thank you very much for coming and taking the time to express your opinions today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise? Could you pronounce your last name?
Great, thank you. Denise Hagopian, I'm from Montebello. I purchased a property here with my husband about 12 years ago to build a home and retire here because we like San Bernardino. And unfortunately, the zoning in that area, which the address is 1110 East 2nd Street, the zoning was changed from a residential area to light industrial. The complete surrounding area is homes. We couldn't build a house. We couldn't build a home. We couldn't actually build anything. All the property owners, they're all vacant lots that are dotted throughout these streets of First, Second, and Third. They are a dumping source. I've had over 100 homeless people living on them. I get called to constantly clean them. It took me 2.5 hours to get here. I have now a $44,000 assessment penalties, administrative penalties, because I can't keep the property clean. My husband passed away in the process, so I can't maintain the property anymore, and I won't be able to move here. The property has been in escrow 4 times already, and each time it drops out of escrow because they come to get a permit and they can't build it because the zoning was changed by a previous council 10 years. I have worked with PJ in code enforcement, with Kimberly Green in the city attorney's office, with Tanya in your office, with Officer Rich Lahai, thank you. They all know that there's a problem on these streets, and the only solution is for me to be able to sell it to someone who lives locally who wants to maintain the property. I'm never going to come back here. So I've spent over $75,000 on the property over the past 10 years. I bought it for $57,000. The property I said I have to keep taking it down, $5,000, $10,000. It's now at $33,000, okay, with $44,000 worth of administrative penalties on it. So can I sell it? No. Am I going to walk away from it? Yes. Am I ever going to come to San Bernardino again? No. So what are you going to end up with? You're going to end up with a property that has dumping on it. They made me put a fence around it. I put the fence up. The homeless people used the fence and subdivided the land so that they have their own little rental facilities. The only solution I have is if you will please waive the $44,000 fee so that the property, which is in escrow right now, and the purchaser has already put the money in. He's a local person. He lives like 2 or 3 blocks, and his family lives there. But I can't let the escrow go through. You're creating, by you not addressing it, you're creating a cycle that's never going to be broken. And the homeless are going to continue to live there. It looks like a dump now. I can't keep cleaning it, and I want you to know that the 6 companies that are on PJ's list to clean properties, they won't even come on the property anymore. They have, one quoted me $8,000, one quoted me $10,000, because the people that are homeless that are lived in it are too violent. So they fear, and they won't even drive by the property anymore. Anyway, is there any possibility of you waiving it? I have about 2 weeks before it falls out of escrow again.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can work directly with her. I will talk to her afterwards and see what we can do to assist her. Because certainly our goal is to have properties be well-maintained and managed effectively. And so maybe I have to believe that there's something that we can do to assist her.
I would like to point out one more thing. Thank you, I appreciate that. I would like to point out one more thing. The appeals system here does not work. I got the note May the 2nd, after 2 months of working with PJ and having the people removed, and so many volunteers came out to help the homeless people relocate and to bags to help them carry their belongings. But I want you to know that the appeals process, I got it on May the 2nd. They scheduled it with June. I worked with Kimberly on it. Whoever was on that council canceled. On the end of June, she rescheduled it. They canceled again. She scheduled it again, July the 5th. They canceled again. On July the 7th, I called in the morning before driving here for the rescheduled. They told me, yes, it's on. Lulu was wonderful in your office. She got me directions here. I got lost anyway. Lulu got me here. I called again to get from the parking lot to the space. After 2.5 hours, they told me the meeting was canceled, after I had spoken with them 3 times.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Isabel Hunt. Robert Porter. Yeah, city manager's already going to take that issue up. Thank you. Robert Porter.
Mayor, council, good people. I'm changing my thing back to the normal way. Sorry, city manager. You earn respect. I'm going to give it to you. But you can't have stories like that. You need to take care of that, Mr. Mayor. That makes us look bad. I mean, when the homeless are literally controlling a property, wow. Subdividing it out? I mean, did you hear that, Ron? I mean, that's pretty big. So, no good, no good. On a positive note, I have my new book, Mega Art, out. I doubled the amount of pages, put in a ton of art. San Bernardino's in the subtitle. So, you know, we have a book on San Bernardino, local archaeology, and it has a ton of information that is about local native history. So it's not just about the mega art. It's taking the mega art and explaining why it's there in the first place, why they planted these mosaic gardens, and why they represent local songs that the natives would sing. Now, what all they did was plant plants up there that are in images. And these images represent a language. It's going to take a while for me to get this out there and have my archaeological brethren understand where I'm coming from. But this is going to put San Bernardino on the map. Already selling books. Good stuff, good stuff. I might have one for you, Mr. Mayor. We'll see what happens. I have another book coming out, too, Poetic Art. Bunch of my poems I put together. I've written a lot of poems about San Bernardino and my life in general. And I got that one out too. And it has San Bernardino in the subtitle. So I'm just trying to say that there is positive things that we can do as San Bernardinians on our own. I work my butt off. I know you guys probably don't think so, but I really do work my butt off. And then I still make time to write books. So, please. Want some books. I'd love to see some books out of you, especially maybe on the bankruptcy. Wouldn't that be really cool? From your point of views. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Carver?
It's Caver, actually. It's Caver, actually. I'd rather not disclose that for purposes. Is the mic on? All right, so I'm here because we saw the events that happened this past week in Charlottesville, but we are also concerned about exactly what happened in this city this past June with this anti-Sharia protest. Some of the same actors, some of the same people that were in Charlottesville were the same people that were in this city. If that doesn't concern you, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? We had a terrorist attack here. We all know that. But we cannot allow that terrorist attack to become a platform for extremist elements that are growing in this country. These are members right here of the IWW. That's a member of the organization of the woman who lost her life. And we can all relate to some people who lost their lives. This city lost lives to terrorism. This organization now has lost lives to terrorism. If you don't condemn this terrorism, I don't know what's going to happen. They said they're going to keep coming back. They're going to keep using San Bernardino as a platform. And to be honest, they're going for political power. Some of you might adopt the platform. Trump won't condemn it. I don't know if you guys are willing to condemn it. But it's getting real out here. It is getting very, very real across this nation. And the fact is, it's not going to stop unless you do something about it. We tried, this organization, the DSA, the PSA, we tried to stop that rally. We said we do not want this rally to happen. Unfortunately, the ACLU worked against us in this moment. Okay, we did run into a paradox. We call it the paradox of tolerance. We're not going to go into that. But if you keep letting these people come into our city, in our county, and to spread their hate, Where are we going to be at? People are going to die out here. We got people that will not tolerate Klan's people. We will not tolerate the KKK. We will not tolerate white nationalists, white supremacists. It has to stop. The same reaction that we got was completely different. The police, they didn't care about us in San Bernardino. We were at that protest. We never crossed the street. We never crossed the street. They came after us. You've seen the pictures in the Los Angeles Times. You've seen the pictures on the internet. You've seen the police officer knock the person back on the horse. And you guys were almost completely silent. Completely silent. And now we have a person that has lost their life from some of the same rhetoric that came out of San Bernardino, came to Charlottesville, and they were empowered. The same exact people. So I want to know what you guys are going to do. Because they're going to keep coming back here. Are you going to let this Trump just keep doing this? Not condemning the violence, not condemning white supremacy? Let me know what you're going to do. And we got the rest of the members of IWW here that are going to speak. My time is up.
Thank you. Cindy Smith. Violet Smith. Peter.
Well, I was there on June 10th. I was there to, defend our community. I do not want to see Nazis coming into this community at all. I don't think they should even have a platform. Because when they come into here, we have members of the Latino community, people of color, and when these people came, there was actually a neo-Nazi fight club that trains in Orange County. They're called the Rise Above Movement. They came here. They were also present in Berkeley. They were present in Charlottesville. All they do is they come out and they beat people up. So I was there, and then they rushed us. The cops didn't do shit. Okay? What they did was they started surrounding us. The cops treated us as we were terrorists, while these freaking assholes started beating people up.
Peter, please watch your language.
I'm sorry. It's just very emotional. So I want to see you guys stopping them from having any rallies completely, or condemning at least what they did. Okay? Because I didn't hear anything about any condemning of their actions from you guys at all. And plus, I wanted to pay respects to Comrade Heather Hare that died. Rest in power, Comrade. You guys...
Martyrs never die. That's right.
Martyrs never die.
That's right.
So you guys didn't even mention that either. I think instead of saying Pledge of Allegiance, you guys should have said that, at least paid respects to our comrade, fallen comrade, that is fighting against white supremacy. I just want to see condemnation of all white supremacist movements around here. I don't want to see them in our community anymore. And I want cops protecting them, because cops and the Klan go hand in hand.
Thank you. Hilda Lamb. Clarence Hall. Jim Inhofe.
So I want to start by saying that by stretching this meeting out as long as it went past the stated time on the internet, it's pretty much ensured that the working poor is not going to have a voice here. They just don't have time. There were people here who had to leave because they had previous engagements. We just don't have the time. So you've essentially eliminated one of your staunchest critics. So congratulations on that. And I'd also like to address the statements about homeless people that I found absolutely disgusting. I don't want to hear that. That's just, I don't like that at all. I was also present on June 10th, and I saw the Rise Above movement. I saw them carrying, it was flags of the Second Reich, the German imperial flag, Keck flags, all sorts of neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic type symbols, and they were ready to fight. They were ready, not just us, but anybody and everybody they saw on the street. That's who they are. And it's not just these Orange County folks. There are people who live right here in San Bernardino who came out on that day, and they were ready to do that to us. Not just to us, but to everybody else who was there. They were ready to go door to door. I do not doubt it. And these same people went to Charlottesville, Now, there are some cases that have been happening across the country. I'm going to see if you can connect the theme here. So 2 men stabbed in Portland, a man shot in Seattle, 24 people run over by a car in Charlottesville. Heather Hayes died. What's the connection? They were all victims of fascist and neo-Nazi violence. And these aren't isolated incidents. I think it's, 90% of all domestic terrorism is committed by right-wing extremists? That's what the stat is? And to date, the number of victims from anti-fascist violence, the mortality rate, 0. We do not kill people. We are not the violent ones. It's the Nazis who are the violent ones. They're the ones saying, kill all Jews, kill all black people, kill all Latinos. That's not us, that's them. That's a false equivalency to look at us and think that we're somehow bad, we're the same. That's absolute nonsense. We need to hear from this city council and this mayor unequivocally denounce right-wing extremism in all forms. Nothing less will be accepted. We have to hear it. That goes a long way. We're not asking a lot, just a public statement to say we do not condone the actions of those on June 10th or those in Charlottesville. That's it. That goes a long way in people's minds to say, hey, maybe neo-Nazism, maybe fascism, maybe nationalism are not legitimate ideologies. Maybe those ideologies hurt and kill lots of people. That's what we need to be hearing from all of you. And so far, we haven't heard it. We've heard a letter to Trump a few months ago. We've heard increased police presence. We've heard all sorts of crazy nonsense from you guys, but nothing of actual substance. All right, that's the end of my time.
Thank you. Lloyd Banks. Lloyd Banks. Angela Hall.
I just want to say I hope that this is appropriate to bring before you, and I appreciate your time and your patience. I'm coming representing a few of the neighbors that we have on Genevieve Street between Marshall and 33rd. So on Friday morning, I got a knock on the door from our neighbor, and there was about 10 cars that had had their tires slashed on that street. And one of the cars that was affected, we have a foreign exchange student who lives with us, and his car was affected. So we took the measures that we needed to obviously address that situation. 3 days later, most of those same vehicles had their windows smashed in. And again, our foreign exchange student had his window. He needed to replace his window. Now, as a concerned citizen, I have to ask, where were the lights on our street? They were out, and they've been out. Not just a few times, but several times. And, me and my husband, we just purchased a home less than a year ago in San Bernardino. We love San Bernardino. I saw great potential here in this city. That's why we moved here. It was affordable, and we looked for opportunities to come here and contribute in a good way. And I want you to know I'm not planning on moving. I'm not upset. But I think that the lights need to get turned on our street, and it needs to be updated. I spoke to several people. I actually received a call from the mayor's office. I appreciate your secretary calling me. I thought that was very kind of her to do so. But as I was talking to people, and I had several people call, one of the gentlemen who called me, his name was Clemente. I don't know if that name sounds familiar. I don't even know how he got my number, but he was very kind in calling me. And one of the concerns he said was that it is dangerous to work on the lights on our street because of the voltage. That's why they're not consistently staying on, and that's why they're not getting replaced and fixed the way that they should. So my question is, and my concern is, why can't we update the breaker so that our street lights can stay on? Not just on Genevieve, but last night, me and my husband, our foreign exchange student, and my young daughter, I have a 2-year-old, drove down 2 or 3 streets in our neighborhood just to see. Sierra also needs updating. Mountain View may need some updating. Arrowhead. let's keep our neighborhood safe. We want it, like you guys have talked this whole entire meeting about bringing good people. I'm a good person. My family is good people. We have good neighbors. Keep us here, and please fix the light on our street. That's all I'm asking. Whatever we need to do that, can it please be done? And I say that sincerely and humbly to you this day as I come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Mobile.
Yeah, I spoke with Ms. Hall when the first incident occurred, and I've spoken with the city manager, and there's some issues. Do you want to explain?
There are some issues. A portion of, and this won't solve your problem, but I am going to follow up specifically to understand the issues on your street. Some of our community is served by Edison. Some of our community is served by the city of San Bernardino.
I was told that we're San Bernardino.
Right, and I do believe that, just based on the streets that you said you drove around right in your neighborhood.
I was like, otherwise I would have called Edison, not San Bernardino.
But there are unfortunately problems with both systems. There's problems with Edison and there's problems with the city of San Bernardino, and some of it is that the infrastructure is very, very old, and so it is high voltage. We're developing a plan now to bring back to the council to actually have, because we need to be cautious. We wouldn't want to just fix the San Bernardino system and then leave the entire Edison infrastructure unfixed, so that we had half the city lighted and consistently lighted, and then the rest of it not consistently lighted. So we are bringing back a plan to the city council in the coming weeks that will retain someone who understands all these systems, who understands what systems there. We do have some infrastructure in the city that can be replaced with LED bulbs. That will make it much more efficient, and that's really what those bulbs, that area needs, is changes to the light bulbs. There are other areas of the city that are going to require much more infrastructure upgrades, and then developing a plan for the council. How can we finance that over a period of time and compress that so that we get it done very quickly?
And I appreciate you explaining that to me. You know, I think if you want outreach from the neighbors or from people in this area, I think that it's, if you're making revisions, please let us know, because we are glad to come. I know that tonight it was short notice when I spoke to the gentleman here originally to try to get more people involved, but I know that there are people who would like to come and hear this.
Good. And if you want to have a neighborhood meeting with people in your area, we can come out and talk to them too. So we'll try to get more information out there on our website, but also one of the things that we are looking at is using, we don't have a lot of money for public outreach, but we certainly do have bills that we send out. Our water department sends out bills, but putting information on a monthly basis in the water bill. So we're developing a schedule now to be able to do that, and this is the perfect kind of thing to be able to get out to the entire community at one time. So again, I'm going to give you my card before you leave.
Yes.
We'll come out and talk to your neighborhood. That will be coming back before the council in the coming weeks, and I'll call you and let you know that so you can ask your neighbors, encourage them to be here as well.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Couchards.
Hi, my name is Crystal Keshwars. I am an American. My great uncle received the Medal of Honor for his work fighting imperialist fascists in the world. My grandfather was assassinated by the KGB because he was a fellow of the American Political Science Association in 1973, one of only 3 in all of Asia. My family has literally spilled blood for this country. My great-uncles were imprisoned and tortured for this country because they believed that this country was a great nation. And they were in Afghanistan at the time. So when I see fascism come here, and it's been here this whole time. It's not like it wasn't. We're just seeing it. And when I organize a rally in San Bernardino to counter this fascism, to counter white supremacy, to counter Nazism and the spread of it, and I see the police of San Bernardino turn their batons on innocent people who are there, innocent people who are residents of this city, when the Muslim community looked around Southern California and decided where we would put our money, we decided on San Bernardino. We opened a clinic. It's called El Shifa Clinic, and I used to be the director of development for that clinic. It's a clinic that's funded by the city, by this county, and this state because of the great work we've done to help your residents, our fellow Americans. I am so utterly ashamed that no one has come out to condemn these Nazis, that no one has come out to condemn these hateful acts, and no one has made any statements on the fact that your police department turned their batons on us when we were peacefully exercising our First Amendment rights. How is that American? Explain that to the blood of my ancestors that were spilled, or your own ancestors. Explain that to the memory of the dead, because they're here with us right now, and they are turning. They see all of you, and you know what? It's not just black and brown folks who end up homeless on the streets, it's the Henry Nichols of the world. So just be very careful about your morality, sir, because I see you. I see people like you every day, and if you could try harder to be a stereotype, I think your head would explode. To the rest of the city council, they're coming back. San Bernardino has a serious Nazi problem, has a serious white supremacy problem. Don't furrow your brow at me, sir. I see you. We all see you. You can't hide who you are. White supremacy is in this room right now. What are you going to do about it? Nazism is here. What are you going to do about it? There's no such thing as a good German before the Nazis took over or while they were in power. There's no such thing as a good alt-righter or a good Nazi in this country now. There's no such thing as a good person who believes in white supremacy. Stop furrowing your brow.
Thank you. Jack Martinez. Jack Martinez. Frank Pierce.
I hope you can stop the clock for me like you did with for Angela. Anyway, it's obvious you're deaf to the voice of the people, because to introduce Measure L to council to cancel the election process, and just that in itself shows deafness to the people, and it lost by more than 90%. I personally counted the votes as a supervisor agent 1409781 for the Bernardino election office, and you're ignorant to the law with a cockwatcher, Davis, who spastically moans out every time the cock crows. And before every meeting, you look into the Dead Sea Book of freak insanity, Christianity, turning blind eyes to the American law, and that is in direct violation of the first constitutional right of the orders from Washington for every American to cut the bitches out by the whites of their inbred eyes.
If you don't clean up your language,
for bringing
I'm
the
going to
freak
have you
insanity
removed.
of Vikas Scheist, Jesus Christ, to our land. So today, a quick history of American law. Davis is the most notorious name to the American people. A klutz who burnt Americans on crosses in collusion with the kink and queer bitchin'. And the cotton linen towns traders of the South, the Clintons. So at the end of the Civil War, President Colfax, the voice of the people, called out the law, ipso facto, that we will never ever honor the name Davis or a Confederate president as any part of the government. And for this, we will always remember Gingrich as our 42nd president. And to all Americans, the name Davis is more notorious than Hitler, who sent more than 6 billion Davids away, not Jews, because they wore the Star of David for breaking the Jewish law of Moses by trying to pawn off with the soldiers' wives as they sent them to war. And the Blitzers became American heroes as they bombed Bitchlin into oblivion for being the most racist inbred society of freak insanity. So you are not to address the name Davis with honor, because that takes away your debt shelter and puts you out of business, cowering outside the city hall while businesses are failing, burnt to the ground like the Catalina at Highland, the Walk-In Grill on Waterman, the park, the Lake Park, and cops that enforce laws from the land of dyslexia being trained at Valley College with a large building marked north, far on the south side. So the only sane thing to do, and that's our city attorney, the only sane thing to do is to submit criminal charges against Davis. And that's what I'm doing now, because this is crazy. You're creating too much unrest, and you're not creating any kind of businesses in here. And that's what the city council is about, creating businesses. And don't interrupt me when I don't say anything. That's American history. And if you don't know American history, you have no right to sit here out of business as a freak show on the side. You need to focus on real businesses and don't get caught up on freak insanity, the apocalypse,
Mr. Pence, your time has expired.
stuff. And do not interrupt me, because I get more seconds on the clock for you interrupting me. Here, add this to Mr. Singh, please.
Your time has expired.
You're expired.
Any items from council members wishing to be referred to council committees? If not, we'll now turn the time to elected officials to announce any events.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have one brief announcement. I would like to, can we keep it down there in the audience? I'm trying to make some announcements, please.
Please keep those comments down to 3 minutes, no more than that.
I would like to announce that the Suavecitos Car Club is hosting a fundraiser breakfast supporting our veterans. This event is taking place on Sunday, August 27th from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at the VFW Post 8737 located at 2018 East Foothill Boulevard. Please come out to support this great event as all proceeds will go toward our annual Salute to the Root Veterans Day event. For more information, you can call the president of the Suavecitos Car Club, Chris Moreno, at area code 909-855-9093. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to, I don't see our city manager on, but there you are. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. No problem. No problem. I didn't see you over on your seat. But one of the items that I'd like to hear back from the council or from the city manager's office, we need to hear back on the art fee. There was a commitment to get back to the council an update. So we want to hear back, or I want to hear back. I think we probably should agendize that and hear back what the report back is on the fee study, what the nexus is, some of those questions. So thank you. The other issue that Ms. Hall brings to mind, and many of our residents in our attendance certainly appreciate neighborhood councils, neighborhoods representing their respective part of the city. The burnt-out streetlight problem is certainly a concern. I'd love to provide. I'd like.
The time now is for the council members to make announcements.
So
like to please, and once again, council is speaking. Please respect the speakers.
So the item is streetlights, and we're concerned about that. We're appreciative of the proactive replacement of knockdown poles. We need to get on that. In fact, I called for about 2 weeks ago a study session with staff on knockdown pole replacement. So I'm looking forward to hear Martin Pastuccia in our Public Works Department on what we're doing for knockdown poles. I'd like an inventory list. I'd like that spread out throughout the ward. Where is the epidemic? Where's the problem? And how can we apply resources to get back streetlights lit in our community? Ms. Hall brings up a very important point in our neighborhoods. I just, yesterday, after meeting with a council member here, came back through about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock last night, through the northerly portion of the city, and it is quite dark, especially along Sierra Way. The Marshall Corridor is pitch black, and so it was concerning to me on the intersection there. So that is certainly my concern. Is it always has been a street light. So see me afterwards. I want to share with you my plan. July of 2012, I have a plan for the city for solar street lights and alternative energy solutions. But I'd love to share with you my plan on relighting our city streets. So that is all, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Schritt.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just one announcement tonight. Tuesday, August 22nd at 9:30 is the 40th Street Business Watch Group at the American Legion Post 777, 194 East 40th Street. For further information, you can contact Officer Clint Walton at 909-388-4925. Again, that's Tuesday, August 22nd. 40th Street Business Watch has generally been established for the business community up there, but anyone's welcome. Residents in the area or anyone is welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Nickel.
Well, first, I want to thank the members of the public that came this evening. I actually do appreciate, I think that's what makes our country very great. And I agree with you. I think some of the things, I would love to get to know you better because it sounds like you're a very passionate, decent person. And so, but thank you. Thanks for being here tonight, and I appreciate it. Thank you. And for those that from the community that came out tonight, I think you were heard. And did you put in a sub? No, please.
What's your name? Could you please fill out a receipt or a slip?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Thank you.
I have to put down my new address. I can't interrupt you. Okay. All right, sorry. Thank you. So I put down my new address.
There we go, technology, love it. So first of all, I want to thank you all for the work that you are currently doing. And honestly, negative energy doesn't solve anything. I'm not going to argue. Okay, stop. Please let me speak. I did that for you, please.
Excuse me.
I'm a resident.
Excuse me. Audience, please respect the speaker. You had your opportunity to speak, and we gave you that. And so, please respect and don't interrupt the current speaker.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you so much. I am a resident of Ward 5, Verdamont Heights, and just a little bit of background about myself. I have lived in San Bernardino since 1984. I went to elementary school here, high school here, went to college at the University of California, Riverside. I did purchase a house in Corona, California, and I recently purchased a house in Verdamont Heights. And I will tell you, I've had many friends who have looked at me and have asked me, why did you purchase a house in San Bernardino? Why would you drag your love, my fiance, from Calabasas to San Bernardino? And the reason why I did that is because I love the city. I see potential in the city, and I know that we're going to prosper. This said, there are some things that do keep me up at night. One being transparency. It did become very disheartening today to hear you say that you don't even know where certain things are taking place. You don't receive updates, the mall, just to name one of many. So imagine how I'm feeling as a resident, not being able to understand or to receive updates as to how, when, where projects are actually taking place. I went to your website and I compared it to Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario, Rialto, transparency. You can go there and you can see exactly when, how, where the projects are taking place. For example, the lights that are going out. I know that it's done in phases, I believe. So when's my phase coming to my neighborhood? It's completely dark and on my street. Another thing that keeps me, the reason why I say transparency and going back to that and being able to have an updated website would be one suggestion. But it holds each and every one of us accountable. This is our city. We should all be held accountable. We shouldn't rely just solely on you all to do everything. You are not the God, okay? So I want to make sure that, one, that the salary that you are being paid for, that you are actually making your salary and it's making sure that it's worth it, and also to make sure that there are some internal controls that are in place. Let me go back. It doesn't matter if it's $1. You represent us, okay? Another thing is around safety, okay? At the end of the day, no lights, the sidewalks, not being able to walk on my own sidewalks in front of my street equals no business to the city. I've talked to many business owners that would love to come and contribute to revenue to San Bernardino. They say they're not going to do it. There's no lights. There's no infrastructure. Unlike I'm pretty sure lots of people here, we go to Rancho Cucamonga. We go to Redlands to do our shopping. We're not shopping here. That means there's no revenue.
So just simple things that we can do. Another thing is the budget. $120 million budget. You know that's slim. It's not a lot. So because it's a slim budget means every single dollar needs to be accountable for. Is it smart to block money for the police department, for canopies, for solar canopies, or our new shooting range? Does that make sense? Or does it make more sense to have more police officers on duty? Okay? I don't want us to have a stop and drop here. So we start projects and then we stop them. We drop them. The mall has been in effect for over 25 years. We have to come together as a community to do what's best for all of us. I know that you all are trying your best, but you need to get accurate data. 46% decrease in homelessness, please. Have you been down the street baseline? Okay.
Ms. Bassett, your time's expired.
There's way more than 40, there's no decrease. It's an increase. I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to take over your meeting, because I do believe humbly in what you all do, and I do believe you earn every single dollar. But just like with me, there's audits. I just don't do my work for free. I have to show what I'm doing, and I wish you all could be more transparent. And it's also for your own sake, too. So you won't have these situations where people are coming here and they're yelling, they're upset. If we had some transparency. But more importantly, if we could all come together as a community, white, black, Asian, Indian, it doesn't matter.
Ms. Bassett, your time's expired.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shred? Henry? Or Councilman Nickel?
Just want to check and make sure if anybody else had some comments before. Those that haven't spoken yet. But again, thanks for your comments, and you are heard. All of you are heard. I think you spoke already, haven't you?
No. We're going to move on, but thank you.
We appreciate it.
Go ahead, Councilman Nickel.
Okay, a couple of quick announcements. The Blair Park Restoration Event will take place on Saturday, August 19th, from 7 a.m. to noon at Blair Park, address 1466 West Marshall Boulevard. We have a good group of Cal State students that have stepped up to the plate and are doing good things for our community. They volunteered. They'll be out at the park doing cleanup and restoration work. And so anybody who wants to join in, we welcome you. And this is a great way for us to contribute back to our community and help our community become an even better place. So please come out. Again, the date for that Saturday, August 19th, 7 a.m. to noon at Blair Park. And then the Vermont Neighborhood Association will meet at the Western Little League on September 5th. That's a Tuesday evening at 6:30 p.m. I know we have quite a few individuals here this evening from the Vermont area, so I would ask if you can attend that meeting. I will be there and take any questions you have. It's a great opportunity for us to come together as a community and find out what needs to be done. The date on that will be Tuesday, September 5th, starting at 6:30 p.m. at the Western Regional Little League headquarters. I'll text it to you. That is all, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Richard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On Thursday, August the 17th, the Mount Vernon Neighborhood Association will be having their monthly meeting at the Ballard Rehabilitation Center. It's going to be on 16th and Medical Center Drive. Contact Carlos Teran at 909-383-9017 or 909-838-7338. On August the 18th, which is a Friday, and I believe they mentioned it earlier about the 2017 Veterans Resource Fair hosted by Representative Pete Aguilar. It's going to be at the Frank A. Gonzalez Community Center, 670 Colton Avenue. They are also going to have another job fair on Friday, August the 25th, and that one's going to be at the Boys and Girls Club on 9th Street, and I hope everybody can come out. The Workforce Development Department will be there, and if you are in need of a job, please come out to both of those events. And I want to take time right now to pay my respects to Palani Davis, my cousin that passed away Monday morning. after her 2-year battle with cancer. So I just want to let her and her family know that we here at the City of San Bernardino, we're here, we are paying our respects to you. And Mayor, if we could please close the meeting in her honor, I would greatly appreciate it. She was 43 years old.
Can we also say the name of Heather Hayter, who died in Charlottesville?
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mulvihill.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Kim Carter, the founder and executive director of Time for a Change Foundation, that's helped hundreds of formerly incarcerated women regain their children, regain their livelihood, rejoin society. Herself incarcerated during the 1980s up to 1993, fighting for a pardon from the Governor of California for several years now, and I was able to contribute at least a letter to that, was finally granted a pardon for her past life that has changed significantly. When she first started, she had a little house over on I'm trying to think, not Mill Street, but just off of 34th and Leroy, and can't remember, but in kind of a very a home, and having about 5 women there with their kids. It was just very cramped quarters, and again, the neighbors complained about it a great deal. But she hung on, and now again her organization has been very successful, and she's been very successful to change her life and to become exonerated from her past convictions. And the other announcement, I just want to recognize our city attorney's office for the receivership program. There was a major article, and I drove by the house on 9th and G Street, and what had been a burned-out hovel is really a very beautiful place, and it was one of those places that were rat-infested, and again, homeless shelters, was turned into receivership. Too bad we can't do it for more frequently, but, trip of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And if you haven't seen it, again, it's really very significant and a real plus for the neighborhood. And I'm just so pleased to see that, and want to congratulate our city attorney for being a major backer of that program. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and our intention is to do as many of those as we can, so we'll continue with that endeavor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And City Attorney, you have any comments? City Clerk?
I just have one comment to make. I was watching the Little League Regional playoffs on ESPN Sunday because it was too hot for me, and I just want to wish the Southern California team good luck as they head to the World Series.
Great.
City Manager?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. And on the request of Councilmember Richard, we will close this meeting in behalf of, in memory of Pailani Davis. This meeting is adjourned until Monday, August 21st at 6 p.m. Thank you for your attendance, and drive safe.
Say your name!